Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable colleague speakers, honorable delegates of the SADC PF to this plenary assembly, I bid you good morning, and I hope that you are well rested and ready for today's deliberations. Thank you all for being promptly at the conference. I look forward to a productive day with you. We will have some announcements in due course. As you may have seen from email messages distributed by our secretariat, we have made some slight adjustments in the program, which you will take note of as we go along. I would like to inform the plenary assembly that the proceedings of this assembly session are available in all 3 languages, official languages, English, French, and Portuguese. Members are reminded that in line with the forum's paperless policy, all documentation for this session is available electronically in all of the 3 official languages. Documents are on the portal provided to all delegations through the desk officers. Honorable delegates, we would now like to pay a tribute to a former member of SADC PF, a desk officer from the Parliament of Botswana, Mrs. Monusi Krai, born Rancholo, who has passed away recently. I would like to say a few words in tribute to our colleague, Monusi Krai. Delegates, it is with a heavy heart that I note the death of Mrs. Monusi Krai, a dedicated official of the Parliament of Botswana and a long-serving desk officer of the SADC PF. Monusi was appointed to the SADC PF National Delegation in 2005 and served as the SADC PF desk officer from 2008 until her demise on the 19th of November 2023. Born in August 1978, Monusi completed a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration and Political Science at the University of Botswana. She joined the Parliament of Botswana as a clerk assistant in 2003 and performed various roles, including clerk at the table and committee clerk for different committees, including the Women's Caucus, Foreign Affairs, Defense, Justice, Security, Health, HIV and AIDS, and Government Assurances. Among her key responsibilities at the Parliament of Botswana were serving as the head of protocol at ceremonial, regional, and international occasions, as well as overseeing Parliament events coordination. Many members will remember Monusi for her warmth and regal demeanor, which left a lasting impression on her colleagues and anyone who had the privilege of working with her. She was a gentle soul, exceptionally intelligent, and possessed a deep sense of humility. Monusi was a seasoned professional with unwavering work ethics. Monusi, who was an only child, is survived by her mother and her son, Loazi. On behalf of the SADC PF, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the Parliament of Botswana and to her family. May they find strength in knowing that Monusi's passing on is not their loss alone, but ours as well. May I request the Assembly to rise and observe a moment of silence in honor of the late Monusi. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you. Honorable members, we have received a communication from the following parliaments submitting the names of new members designated to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And in line with Articles 7 of the SADC-PF Constitution. Accordingly, the new members are required to take an oath of affirmation or affirmation of adherence in line with Article 8, Para 4 of the SADC-PF Constitution, which stipulates that every representative of the Forum shall take an oath or affirmation of adherence to the Forum in such form and manner as may be approved by the Plenary Assembly. I am therefore inviting the Secretary General to administer the oath or affirmation of adherence to the following new members who are attending the Plenary Assembly for the first time since their designation to SADC-PF. From Botswana, the Honorable Shogun-Netso Lue. From Seychelles, Honorable Egbert Aglaé. And from Zimbabwe, the Honorable Tendai Nyabani, Honorable Lynette Kareni, the Honorable Mercy Mugomo, Honorable Mebi Mboa, and Honorable Chihenza Chigwazara.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. Honorable members, I'll request you to repeat after me. I'm reliably informed that you're all taking oath, and therefore, honorable members, may you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, you may mention your name. Take oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the Forum's institutional organs and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you, honorable members. You are welcome to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, and welcome to SADC-PF to our new members. Please, I have a few announcements to share with you. Following the general elections in the Republic of Zimbabwe on 23rd August 2023, the Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda was re-elected as the Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I wish now to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Honorable Speaker Mudenda for his well-deserved re-election, and we are happy to see him in SADC-PF again. Honorable members, we have received an apology from the parliaments of Eswatini and Madagascar, who are unable to attend this plenary assembly. I would like to remind members to stick to the 5 minutes allocated time when they are given the floor in our deliberations. Honorable members, for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, you are reminded to always introduce yourself by your name and country whenever you are given the floor. Members, I would now like to call for notices of motions. Are there any notices of motions? I will take one by one, so let me start with the Honorable Regina Esparron, Seychelles. I recognize Honorable Esparron.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give notice that today, 23rd November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on amplifying citizen voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I have the next, the Honorable Sabrina Tour, member from Mauritius, and the Parliament of the Republic of Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. President. I give notice that on Saturday, 25th November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly to adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tour. May I have the next, do I have the Honorable Member from the DRC? The Honorable Speaker from Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give notice that on Saturday, 25th November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I have other members? I have a member from Seychelles, Honorable Bistuki.
I rise to give notice today that on Friday the 24th of November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly to adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs on amplifying citizen voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next, I have the Honorable Member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Honorable President. I rise to give notice that on Friday, 24th November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights on amplifying citizens' voice in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give notice that today, Thursday, 23rd November 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development on amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement of gap by bringing parliament to the people. I move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Other notices? The Honorable Member is from Lesotho? Malawi. The Honorable Member from Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for according the floor. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that on Friday, the 24th of November, 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources on amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. Submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member from Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, once again. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that on Friday, the 24th of November, 2023, I shall move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on garnering insight into the pace of signature and ratification of SADC protocols. I submit, President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I do not have other notices of motion, so we will move to the second order of business for the day. And I will ask the Secretary General to read the second order of the day.
Presentation of country reports on progress on the implementation of the decisions by the 53rd Plenary Assembly session as contained in the verbatim record of the 53rd Plenary Assembly and summary of resolutions by speakers and heads of delegations, including the strategic plan.
Thank you, Secretary General. Honorable members, to begin our day, we have taken note of the remarks regarding the contributions to the strategic plan. And we would like to begin our proceedings by providing you with an update of discussions that took place yesterday. Each parliament was requested to consult among themselves and finalize a questionnaire in preparation for today's deliberations. Additionally, the midterm review for the strategic plan was shared with all parliaments for their reference. To streamline the process of providing feedback on the strategic plan, parliaments are requested to incorporate their inputs into their respective country reports that will be delivered this morning. I will now allocate 5 minutes for delegations to consult among themselves and finalize their input, and then we will resume the presentation of the consolidated country reports. On the country reports, it is noted that delegations have 15 minutes for the report, but in view of the request to incorporate your input for the strategic plan, we will, if necessary, extend the 15 minutes that you have to give you time to make your inputs. I would now like just to allow the delegations to consult, and we will resume with the business of the day in 5 minutes. Please. I will call members back to order for us to resume the business of the day. Thank you. Will members please take their seats? Honorable delegates, in addition to your contribution during your country report, in collaboration with the Secretariat, we have agreed that we will extend the time for members to be able to make inputs until the 30th of November. This will give you time to be able to pick up on any issues that you may have missed in this session. But I would like to remind members that this is a matter of some urgency. The forum cannot, should not operate without a strategic plan that is in place, and that should be in January next year. So I would like to ask you to treat the matter with all the urgency and to ensure that all inputs are sent to the Secretariat by 30th November. Honorable delegates, I will now invite the heads of delegation to present their consolidated country reports encompassing the progress on the implementation of the decisions of the 53rd Plenary Assembly session and the feedback on the strategic plan. Each leader of delegation has been allocated 15 minutes. I will notify the head of delegation when the 15 minutes is reached, but if you still have to deliver your inputs on the strategic plan, we will extend that time by a few minutes. I will now open the floor for debate. I will open the floor after the reports have been delivered, and we will make the most of the available time that we have for that. I will call on the countries in alphabetical order to deliver their country reports, and we will start with Angola. The speaker from Angola, head of delegation, you have the floor.
Bom dia, Sr. Presidente. Bom dia, estimados deputados. Nós, com a permissão da mesa, gostaríamos de passar a palavra ao chefe do grupo da delegação angolana, o presidente do Grupo Nacional do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Gostaríamos de saber, Sr. Presidente, se tomamos a palavra aqui ou se temos que ir à tribuna. Muito obrigada.
I think we can do both, in fact. If heads of delegation would like to step up to the podium to deliver the country report, that will be in order. Or it can be delivered from your seat in the hall. Thank you.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Então, com a sua permissão, dávamos a palavra ao presidente do Grupo Nacional, o deputado Pedro Sebastião. Muito obrigado.
Excelência, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Excelências, Senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos Nacionais, Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar, distintos parlamentares, estimados convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, recebam todos, em nome dos 220 deputados que integram a Assembleia Nacional de Angola, as nossas mais vivas saudações por ocasião da realização deste nosso encontro. Como ponto prévio e a exemplo do que Sua Excelência, a Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola, a doutora Carolina Cerqueira, fez ontem, gostaríamos de reiterar os nossos agradecimentos a todos os parlamentos da nossa região da SADC pela ampla participação e apoio incondicional prestado à República de Angola durante a organização e realização da 147ª Assembleia da União Interparlamentar. O reconhecido sucesso desta Assembleia da UIP é igualmente um sinal do sucesso da SADC e até mesmo do nosso continente. Senhores Presidentes, senhores deputados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, no estrito respeito do programa desta 54ª Assembleia Plenária, cabe-nos apresentar em síntese o relatório sobre a implementação a nível nacional das resoluções aprovadas na 53ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Como sabemos, esta Assembleia deliberou sobre matérias relevantes para a concretização dos principais objetivos dessa nossa organização, nomeadamente nos domínios da dívida pública, da fome e insegurança alimentar na região, da exploração dos recursos naturais, das alterações climáticas, da promoção da agenda de equidade de género e da participação política da mulher, da legislação sobre os ativos estratégicos e sensíveis, do quadro legal e eleitoral dos Estados-membros, bem como do casamento prematuro envolvendo menores e da violência baseada no género. Importa referir que a República de Angola continua a executar um conjunto de medidas e políticas públicas com o objetivo de garantir a estabilidade econômica e financeira do país, suportadas por reformas institucionais e econômicas para promover o crescimento econômico e proporcionar o bem-estar dos cidadãos. Assim, mantém um foco específico na execução de programas relativos ao eixo de desenvolvimento humano e bem-estar que, por razões de economia do tempo,
that. It's doable, but it's going to take time. The last one, Chair, domestication of model laws. All I can say is that we have been trying our best to do the domestication, and this will deal with the strategic plan for SADC. I think what SADC needs is SADC PF that is to make sure that the executives in our countries are prepared to surrender, if that is the right word to use, some of the powers of lawmaking to the SADC Parliament so that we can move and then join the rest of the AU to have a parliament which looks at the whole continent. But as I said, Chair, that looks like it's a long way to come. SADC PF is a long way to go to persuade countries to surrender some of their powers, bit by bit, to make SADC a real parliament. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will give the floor to the member who will deliver the report from the DRC. Yes. I am informed the DRC is not present here. We will give the floor to the head of delegation from Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start on the progress in domestication of SADC model laws. The Ministry of Finance and Development Planning is in the process of reviewing the Public Financial Management and Accountability Act of 2011 with the intention of repealing it and replacing it with a new one. In the process, the ministry engaged the Parliament of Lesotho, wherein they were given the SADC model law on public financial management to use as a reference point. Consultations are ongoing, and once the bill is presented before Parliament, we will be in a position to assess the extent to which the model law has been referenced. Implementation of resolutions of the 53rd Plenary Assembly on the resolutions of the symposium on the theme Modernizing Agriculture to Address Food Insecurity and Youth Unemployment in the SADC region. The role of parliaments, I will focus on the one urging parliaments to continue to advocate for harmonization, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols, treaties, and other decisions by member states. The Parliament of Lesotho is in the process of parliamentary reforms, which include the review of the rules of procedure. In their proposals, committees have suggested that the template for holding government ministries accountable when they appear before them for quarterly performance be reviewed and amended to include, amongst others, questions relating to ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols and treaties. In addition, committees have recommended for the review of the budget scrutiny template to include questions that relate to budgetary allocations in line with SADC decisions. This will enable committees and the House to be in a position to know whether the government is making any progress in implementing the SADC commitments. Resolutions on the adoption of a motion on debt ceiling in SADC member states. In considering the 2022-2023 midterm budget review, the House raised concerns about the ever-increasing government debt and the subsequent high budgetary allocations to service it. It therefore resolved that measures be introduced to mobilize revenue to settle these debts. The House resolved that government should migrate to a full digital payment system and reduce external borrowing and opt in state for domestic borrowing. When considering this financial year's midterm budget review, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning will be expected to report on the progress made in implementing the resolutions of the House to reduce debt. In addition, for the parliamentary reforms, there is a proposal for a legal framework on government debt that will facilitate debt transparency and approval by Parliament before loans are contracted. I must point out here, Mr. President, that previously it had been the practice that the executive exclusively makes decisions on debts contracting, such that the oversight function of Parliament becomes very difficult if, in the first place, government was not responsible to okay these debts. Resolutions on leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC region. On these resolutions, Mr. President, I will address myself to the one calling on SADC parliaments to enact cybersecurity legislation to protect users, especially women and girls. In 2022, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho passed the Computer Crime and Cybersecurity Bill, but its final passage was challenged in the courts of law and overturned. The Honorable Minister of Information, Communications, Science, Technology and Innovation has recently communicated with Parliament her intention to resubmit this bill. The bill aims to protect citizens against cyber attacks, protect the cyberspace, and ensure cyber security. It criminalizes offenses such as fraud, forgery, bribery, terrorism, and other crimes against humanity committed through the use of electronic devices. The bill also introduces very harsh penalties, up to millions of maluti and many, many years of jail term for offenses which include harassment, kidnapping, and child pornography. In addition, in September of this year, honorable members of Parliament, as well as the ICT and legal departments, attended a training workshop on Lesotho National Cybersecurity Readiness Assessment. On the last one, Honorable President, resolutions on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model law on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and the way forward. Mr. President, with regards to parliamentary commitments, oversight, and monitoring on issues of gender-based violence and child marriages, I wish to indicate that on Monday, 27th November 2023, the Lesotho Women's Parliamentary Caucus will host an event to observe the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. During this event, the caucus will have an opportunity to interact with civil society organizations on issues of gender-based violence. At the end of the event, the caucus will come up with commitments that it will strive to achieve through their parliamentary functions. Male members of parliament have also been invited, as the caucus intends to engage them in spearheading moves against gender-based violence issues and championing of He for She campaign. In addition, the Portfolio Committee on the Social Cluster is also effectively exercising its oversight in monitoring progress being made by relevant government ministries and departments in curbing child marriages and fighting gender-based violence. Lastly, on this point, Mr. President, the Parliament of Lesotho, in collaboration with one of the radio stations, hosted the kids' seminar on the theme, Building Future Leaders Today. For this event, one primary school pupil won the competition to become the little speaker. In fact, Mr. President, this child is a grandchild of my predecessor. So she has come in to claim what belongs to her. On Friday, 17th November 2023, the little speaker was given an opportunity to address the House on the challenges facing children in the Kingdom of Lesotho and elsewhere. Her statement will be adopted by the Women's Caucus. And by the way, Mr. President, she is a girl who won as Little Speaker of the Year. So her statement will be adopted by the Women's Caucus, which shall present the statement before the House for its resolution. The resolution will accordingly be communicated to relevant ministries for action and for report back to the House on progress in implementing it in accordance with our rules of procedure. I wish to indicate, Mr. President, that subsequent to adopting the reports of the 53rd and 54th plenary assemblies, our Parliament will continue to endeavor to do more. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will now give the floor to the head of delegation or member from Malawi for the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All protocols observed. Before I present my report, Mr. President, allow me to congratulate the Right Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Tanzania, Madam Tulia Ackson, for emerging a winner in the IPU presidential election. Her win is our win, is the SADC win. From the warm heart of Africa, we say, may Allah Ta'ala grant her wisdom, guidance, and blessings as she will be executing her duties as the president of IPU. Amen. Thank you. Mr. President, let me also use this opportunity to thank the host for the warm welcome we have received from the airport up to this point. From us, we say thank you. May God bless you. Coming back to my report, I will start with resolutions on the symposium on the theme, modernizing agriculture to address food insecurity and youth unemployment in the SADC region, role of Parliament. Malawi is actively participating in intra-Africa trade by aligning its trade policies and strategies with those of other countries within the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and the broader African region. This includes promoting regional economic integration, reducing trade barriers, and harmonizing trade regulations to foster complementarity and enhance the efficiency of trade between Malawi and its neighboring countries. Malawi has been partnering with organizations for development projects, poverty alleviation, health care, and other sectors. There has been donor assistance in supporting economic development, infrastructure improvement, health care, education, and other sectors. Malawi coordinates with these donors to avoid duplication and prioritize funding for critical areas. In terms of support for the youth in agriculture, Malawi supports programs that train and financially support them. And this is in line with the Malawi Declaration. The goal is to equip young people for success and harness their potential for economic opportunities in agriculture and development of the country. Malawi's economy relies on agriculture, which received 12% of the national budget in 2023-2024, and is the second highest allocation after education for the financial year. This suggests a serious commitment the government has towards the sector. Resolutions on adoption of motion on debt ceiling in SADC member states. The Parliament of Malawi has taken steps to strengthen its oversight of government debts through the establishment of a Parliamentary Budget Office, PBO, in addition to its relevant committees. With this development, the legislature will undertake to conduct debt sustainability assessments and comprehensive debt management to ensure sound oversight and accountability in the government's borrowing and debt repayment processes. With the establishment of the PBO, it is anticipated that Parliament will become proactive in scrutinizing all government borrowing, as well as potential breaches of loan agreement in case of changes in executive management. In addition, Mr. President, under the Open Governance project being championed by the Office of the President and Cabinet, Parliament is currently implementing what it termed as open Parliament governance, where issues of oversight towards debt management are being seriously considered. Resolution on hunger and food security situation in the SADC region, challenges fueling food security, major international goals and Africa agenda, investments and performance of the Malawi commitments, and environment that can attract the youth to invest in agriculture. In the current fiscal year, Malawi allocated resources up to 3% of GDP and about 12% of the total budget towards agriculture and related expenditures. Despite surpassing the 10% threshold as suggested by the resolution, the sector remains resource constrained, and this is the gap development partners continue to support. Malawi uses hydro and solar power for clean electricity, and the government has been expanding rural electrification. The government has been promoting renewable energy usage and investment in exploring bioenergy for cooking and small-scale generation. It is also worthwhile to note that efforts are being made in Malawi to promote equitable access to adequate food while addressing gender disparities and empowering women in the context of food production, processing, and consumption. These initiatives focus on women's land rights, access to agricultural resources, income-generating opportunities, nutrition education, health care services, and the promotion of gender-responsive policies. The ultimate goal is to reduce gender inequalities in food security and improve the well-being of women and children in Malawi. Mr. President, resolution on what can parliamentarians do towards a rights-based approach to the conduct of business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. The Parliament of Malawi underscores the necessity for concurrency of business and human rights practices in the extractive sector. In areas where transitional corporations, TNCs, are operating, stringent adherence to international human rights standards is key. Parliament, through its oversight activities, has been emphasizing to operations in the sector should contribute to sustainable development while respecting and upholding the human rights of all stakeholders. Thus, the Parliament of Malawi advocates for the government's collaboration with relevant players as crucial for ensuring responsible and ethical practices in the extractive industry. To curb corporate impunity of transitional corporations, TNCs, the Parliament of Malawi has been enacting and enhancing various laws that regulate TNC activities and conducting oversight to ensure compliance with corporate responsibility standards, thus safeguarding the interests of the country and its citizens. In Malawi, the Parliament supports the ratification of international treaties by ensuring the passing of aligned domestic legislation to uphold commitments. This ensures consistency with legal and policy frameworks, including model laws. On resolutions on strengthening sexual and reproductive health and rights in the context of climate change and emergency solutions. In times of natural disasters, Malawi significantly emphasizes respecting, protecting, and promoting sexual and reproductive health and rights. In such times, the government and humanitarian organizations have been prioritizing the provision of essential SRHR services, including access to contraceptives, maternal care, and comprehensive sexual education to address vulnerabilities and protect individuals' rights. The government has been partnering with organizations that play a vital role in delivering SRHR services and addressing the unique challenges that arise in disaster-affected areas, thereby upholding the principles of SRHR even in the most challenging circumstances. Mr. President, resolutions on the leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC region, the Parliament of Malawi has been actively advocating for policies and incentives such as tax rebates or subsidies on the importation of digital gadgets to promote youth inclusion by leveraging technology access and digital skills for education, employment opportunities, and participation in the digital economy. The Parliament of Malawi increasingly using social media platforms like Facebook to engage with the public by sharing information on parliamentary proceedings, policies, and legislative initiatives, fostering transparency and encouraging public participation and feedback. The government is actively working on close the digital gender divide by implementing policies and initiatives that promote digital literacy, provide affordable access to technology, and support women's active participation in the digital economy and governance. Malawi is implementing cyber security and communication laws to protect users, particularly girls and women, from online violence by incorporating provisions that address cyberbullying, harassment, and the dissemination of harmful content to ensure a safer online environment and hold perpetrators accountable. Mr. President, on the resolutions on progress of the domestication of the SADC model law on elections using electoral system designed to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups' participation and representation, as well as political enhancing regulation, Malawi is implementing voter education programs, civic engagement initiatives, and efforts to enhance the accessibility and convenience of the voting process to address decline of voter turnout. In recent years, Malawi has implemented significant electoral reforms, including changes in the electoral system as backed by the law, like 50+1, enhanced the voter registration processes, and strengthened election oversight and monitoring mechanisms to improve the credibility and transparency of the electoral processes, as well as constituency redemarcation exercise. Malawi has been working to ensure the inclusion of marginalized groups in elections through measures such as voter education targeting marginalized and efforts to facilitate participation by persons with disabilities. Concerning youth voter apathy and declining trust in institutions, including political parties, Malawi is actively addressing these challenges through measures that aim to rekindle trust in democratic institutions and empower the youth to play a more active role in shaping the country's political landscape. Mr. President, resolutions on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model laws on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and the way forward, Malawi is taking significant steps to eradicate all forms of gender-based violence and child marriage through the domestication and implementation of selected model laws, which include enacting the Gender Equality Act, which promotes gender equality and protects women's rights, and the Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act, which raised the legal marriage age to 18 for both girls and boys, reinforcing the commitment to eliminate child marriage. Additionally, the country is actively promoting comprehensive education and awareness campaigns to change societal norms, empower women and girls, and hold perpetrators of gender-based violence and child marriage accountable. Concerning school re-entry for pregnant and married girls, Malawi has been implementing a readmission policy introduced in 1994, revised in 2016, that allows pregnant and married girls to return to school with specific guidelines in place to ensure they have access to education, combat stigmatization, and create supportive learning environments. Mr. President, the other part of the presentation, which is strategic plan, will be delivered later because we have not yet finalized. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Deputy Speaker Malawi. I will give the floor to the Honorable Member from Mauritius for their report.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. I am pleased to present the country report for Mauritius on the resolutions adopted by the 53rd SADC PF Plenary Assembly Session held in Arusha, Tanzania under the theme modernizing agriculture to address food insecurity and youth unemployment in the SADC role of the parliaments. Mr. President, for record purposes, I wish to inform the Plenary Assembly that unfortunately Mauritius could not participate in the 53rd Assembly due to parliamentary budgetary sittings. However, I have taken good note of the reports and deliberations of the Assembly and allow me to commend the SADC-PF Assembly for the excellent work carried out during its 53rd session. Following receipt of the resolution adopted at the 53rd Assembly, inputs have garnered from concerned ministries and departments, and I shall now present the salient features on the measures taken by Mauritius in relation thereto. The theme of the symposium compels more than ever each and every one of us amid the challenges constantly being faced by each of us amid climate changes, and Mauritius is no exception. As a small island of about 1,965 square kilometers and far in distance from many countries on which a major component of trade depends, we suffer from a number of inherent constraints, including inter alia, a narrow domestic market, land scarcity, and a high cost of production, which keeps rising, and the effect of climate change. With the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in year 2020 and the lockdown period, the agricultural sector was faced with the great challenge of food security. The pandemic had also revealed that the fragility of our system. Beyond a health calamity, it has caused economic hardships, severe disruption in services, restrictions on movement. To this end, government took several measures to enable supply of food products and vegetables to the population at an affordable price. Moreover, the Ministry of Agro-Industry and Food Security, through the Agricultural Marketing Board, the AMB, diversified the sources of procurement of strategic crops in order to prevent shortage. With a view to reduce dependency on imports of food items, the government promoted local crops, agro-processing, and smart agriculture by involving the farmers' community and the youth in the sector. A centralized land bank was set up with the objective to provide land for agricultural production to planters. The government came with a national agri-food development program with a view to reduce dependency on imports through import substitution for strategic industries such as crop production, farming, food, and agro-processing. I must point out that Mauritius remains committed to other existing regional economic platforms and has been constantly investing in agriculture in Africa. Mr. President, with regard to the debt ceiling in SADC member states, Mauritius has since 2008 enacted the Public Debt Management Act, which governs, amongst others, borrowings by government, coverage of public sector debt, debt ceiling publication of debt data, government guarantees, management of public sector debt, and debt management strategy. With a view to better manage public debt, the Ministry of Finance has also set a public debt management unit. On the aspect of debt to GDP ratio, the objective has always been to reduce the debt to GDP ratio. Public sector debt increased from approximately 63% of GDP at the end of June 2019 to 81% at the end of June 2020 due to various measures taken by government in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was necessary to preserve jobs, protect population, and revive economic growth. A peak of 92.5% of GDP was recorded at the end of September in 2021. Subsequently, due to fiscal consolidation strategy implemented by the government, public sector debt as a percentage of GDP showed a downward trend. At the end of June 2023, it declined to 81.2%. At the end of September 2023, public sector debt fell below 80% of GDP and reached 79.6%. This is below the fiscal anchor determined by the IMF for Mauritius. It is also to be noted that the statutory fiscal anchor, which was repealed in 2020 due to the negative impact of COVID-19, has been reinstated in the Public Debt Management Act. The fiscal anchor in terms of ratio of public sector debt to GDP has now been set at 80%. The Ministry of Finance has always adopted multi-pronged strategy has been adopted to consistently reduce the debt to GDP ratio from a high of 92.5% in September 2021, for example, during the pandemic, to 79.6% in September 2023. On the aspect of promoting the use of clean energy to mitigate climate change, Mauritius has adopted the Renewable Energy Roadmap 2020, which was launched by the Ministry of Public Utilities in 2019 to chart the way to achieve a target of 35% of renewable energy by 2025. It also includes energy scenarios to meet 40% of renewable energy by 2030. The renewable energy target in the energy mix was revised from 35% to 60% by 2030, together with the phasing out of coal in the generation of electricity. Coming to the aspect of promotion of gender equality and climate change, a roundtable discussion on the theme Women and Climate Change as part of the Mauritius Stockholm Plus 50 was organized at the initiative. The UNDP branch in Mauritius organized in September 2022. The event aimed at highlighting opportunities for women in environment-related activities and gaining a better understanding for the challenges and concerns concerning climate change. Intervening in the roundtable, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change emphasized on the importance of women and stated that women are not just victims of adverse climate impacts, but they are also key agents of change. He added that since women are most impacted by climate change, they should be properly equipped to manage and cope with climate change. The Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change developed a 10-year policy in 2022, which defines a new mindset and approach to business, strategic partnership, and governmental cooperation through holistic policies for the environment. I must here point out that the provision laid out in the Climate Change Act 2020 are in line with resolution pertaining to climate change, which encompasses national legislation and recognizes the need for gender equality. Honorable Mr. President, regarding the strengthening of sexual and reproductive health rights, Mauritius, being a SADC member, has elaborated in 2022 a national sexual and reproductive health policy with the goal to promote equality and safe sexual and reproductive health among women, men, and youth through informed choices and anchored on the rights-based approach. It endorses guiding principles such as human rights, stakeholders' involvement, accountability, and transparency. With regard to the leveraging social media to advance women's political participation in the SADC region, in this new era, it must be highlighted that social media has a great impact in our day-to-day life, and online violence can definitely be considered as a major form of gender-based violence. To combat such incidents, in September 22, the Honorable Prime Minister launched the Integrated Support Center. With the ICS, the hotline 139 for domestic violence is being attended to simultaneously through 4 parallel phone lines, namely the Family Support Bureau, the Family Support Services, and the Domestic Violence System. The hotline is operational on 24/7 basis, and in order for same to be accessible to all, the hotline is free of charge and allow victims to report cases of domestic violence at any time. Additionally, a mobile application, L'Espoir, Hope, enables the victims of gender-based violence to rapidly connect with the police and the control center. The app can be easily downloaded on any smartphone. With regard to the adoption of a model law in management of strategic and sensitive assets, the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance, in the process of implementing an environmental, social, and good governance framework for ESG disclosures and ESG risk management with the goal of satisfying ESG performance across key environment and social metrics. The aim of designing the ESG framework for Mauritius is to give investors the reassurance and enhance trust in our jurisdiction in order to bring impactful investment. The framework is essential to preserve foreign direct investment for sustainable economic growth. Mauritius has a robust legal and institutional framework which effectively assists in combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism. Honorable Mr. President, with regards to elections, Mauritius is endowed with an electoral system established since independence in 1968, which is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Mauritius and has undergone only minor changes since. The Constitution provides that Mauritius is a sovereign democratic state, and it contains provision that explicitly prohibits discrimination based on various factors, including race, caste, place of origin, political opinion, color, creed, or sex. The Constitution of Mauritius provides for the National Assembly consisting of up to 70 members. Of those 70 seats, 62 are to be filled by directly elected candidates under the first-past-the-post system. The remaining 8 seats, often referred to as the best loser system, are allocated to ensure a fair and adequate representation of each community in the National Assembly by their providing for minority interests to be represented in the National Assembly. The country has gone through 11 elections held under this system, and there has been a change of government through ballot box on several occasions. It is a system that has so far yielded stable governments and served the country well by contributing to its political and social stability. Although the electoral system has stood the test of time, there has been a broad consensus across the political spectrum for electoral reforms. The Office of the Electoral Commissioner acknowledges the importance of addressing the decline in voter turnout throughout inclusive strategies. Several initiatives have been undertaken by the OEC to tackle this issue. The OEC is in its commitment to fostering inclusivity and pursuant to legal framework, complies a new register of electors each year. Measures have also been taken to ensure that all polling stations are user-friendly for voters with disabilities and for elderly. Ramps and special voting rooms, called special need voting rooms, equipped with specially designed booths to accommodate voters on wheelchair, are available in polling stations. Wheelchairs are also provided in polling stations. When it comes to participation in election, there is no limitation in the law for women or the youth above the age of 18 years old. The SADC plenary assemblies call for positive measures, including quotas for disadvantaged groups, needs to be addressed. Gender equality in political representation remains a critical issue globally. In 2011, a new local government act was enacted and provision was made to ensure meaningful participation of women as candidates. It was provided that any political party representing more than 2 candidates shall ensure that not more than 2/3 of the party's candidates are of the same sex. The implementation of the said measure led to a significant increase in the percentage of women representation at local government level. Mauritius remains dedicated to the principles of democracy and inclusivity as outlined by the SADC model law on elections. The ongoing efforts to reform the electoral system are testimony to the government's commitment to fostering a political environment that reflects the aspiration and needs of all citizens. Government has also taken the commitment that consultation will be held with all stakeholders with respect to electoral reforms.
I call on the member to conclude, please.
Finally, Mr. President, on the aspect of child marriage and gender-based violence, Parliament has enacted the Children Act, which came in operation in 2020, and the Act makes provision for a person to, and the Act makes it illegal for a person to marry a child civilly or religiously. Honorable Mr. President, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to the honorable member from Mauritius. We will give the floor to the member, head of delegation from Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente, por me conceder a palavra. Mas antes de apresentar o meu relatório, permita-me, senhor presidente, apresentar os cumprimentos de Sua Excelência, presidente da Assembleia da República, Laurinda Esperança Francisco Nhewane Bia, que por motivos de agenda não pode estar nesta plenária que está a decorrer. Relatório Nacional sobre os progressos alcançados no que se refere à adaptação das leis modelos à legislação nacional e implementação das resoluções aprovadas durante a 53ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Introdução. O presente relatório tem como objetivo dar a conhecer o nível dos progressos alcançados no que se refere à adaptação das leis modelos à legislação nacional e à implementação das resoluções aprovadas durante a 53ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, que teve lugar de 2 a 8 de julho de 2023 na República da Tanzânia. Esta apresentação centrar-se-á no seguinte: resoluções sobre aceleração da incorporação e implementação das leis modelos da SADC sobre o casamento prematuro envolvendo menores e sobre a violência baseada no gênero. Boas práticas, desafios e perspectivas. Proteção social da criança contra casamentos prematuros. Em julho de 2019, o Parlamento moçambicano aprovou a Lei de Prevenção e Combate às Uniões Prematuras, aumentando as esperanças de que o país esteja a caminho de erradicar as uniões prematuras. De acordo com a lei moçambicana, a atividade sexual com um menor de idade, definida como qualquer pessoa
com menos de 18 anos é um crime e punido com uma prisão e multas. O país tomou medidas para melhorar o ambiente legal e adotou estratégias para travar uma guerra vitoriosa contra os casamentos prematuros. Em seu 7º capítulo sobre crimes contra a liberdade sexual, o Código Penal, aprovado em 2014, chamou a atenção à proteção de menores contra o abuso sexual, práticas e crimes modernos como a pornografia. Em 2015, o Conselho de Ministros aprovou a Estratégia Nacional de Prevenção e Combate aos Casamentos Prematuros para o período de 2016 a 2019. A Lei de Família de 2019 manteve a nulidade de qualquer promessa de casamento feito por um menor e qualquer casamento que envolva um menor. Com base na lei modelo da SADC sobre a erradicação dos casamentos prematuros e proteção das crianças em casamento, a Lei de Prevenção e Combate às Uniões Prematuras é um documento legal específico e robusto que o país possui, o qual promete desencadear golpes decisivos contra os casamentos prematuros. A proteção da criança é tratada de forma clara na Constituição da República de Moçambique, que refere: 1. Todas as crianças têm direito à proteção da família, da sociedade e do Estado, tendo em vista o seu desenvolvimento integral. As crianças, particularmente órfãos, as portadoras de deficiência e as abandonadas, têm proteção da família, da sociedade e do Estado contra qualquer forma de discriminação, de maus tratos e contra o exercício abusivo da autoridade na família e nas demais instituições. A criança não pode ser discriminada designadamente em razão do seu nascimento, nem sujeito a maus tratos. É proibido o trabalho de criança, quer em idade de escolaridade obrigatória, quer em qualquer outra. A Constituição da República de Moçambique estabelece ainda que o Estado tem o dever de assegurar a proteção dos direitos da mulher e da criança, conforme estipulado nas declarações e convenções internacionais. Provisões constitucionais e legislativas sobre a matéria. A Lei da Família sobre a Proteção da Criança estabelece que considera-se criança toda pessoa menor de 18 anos de idade. Em relação ao matrimônio, a Lei da Família estabelece que o casamento é a união voluntária e singular entre um homem e uma mulher, com o propósito de constituir família mediante comunhão plena de vida. A vontade de construir casamento é estritamente pessoal em relação a cada um dos nubentes. E a vontade de contrair o casamento importa a aceitação de todos os efeitos legais do matrimônio, sem prejuízo das legítimas estipulações dos esposos em convenção antinupcial. A mesma lei fixa a idade nupcial em Moçambique em 18 anos de idade. Contudo, ela define que para uma mulher ou um homem com mais de 18 anos, a título excepcional, pode contrair casamento quando ocorram circunstâncias de reconhecimento do interesse público e familiar e houver consentimento dos pais ou dos legais representantes. As provisões constitucionais e legislativas são apropriadas e suficientes para protegerem a criança contra o casamento precoce. No que diz respeito a esta questão, temos a informar que, no âmbito do princípio do superior interesse da criança, segundo o qual todas as decisões deverão ser tomadas na perspectiva do favorecimento da criança. Iniciaram as diligências para a renovação desta disposição, harmonizando a idade núbil com as disposições da Carta Africana sobre os direitos e bem-estar da criança e a Convenção sobre os Direitos da Criança, ratificado através das resoluções número 20/98, de 26 de maio, e a número 19/90, de 23 de outubro, do Conselho de Ministros. Igualmente, constitui desafio a adoção de medidas legais para a punição dos envolvidos em casamentos prematuros. Tendo em conta que os casamentos prematuros constituem uma prática social nociva que tem consequência no desenvolvimento da criança e da sociedade devido à gravidez precoce, que aumenta a taxa de morte materna, o abandono escolar, o aumento da violência doméstica, da pobreza entre a população feminina, dos casos da fístula obstétrica e dos índices de contaminação pelo HIV, a mudança de atitude a nível das comunidades sobre a definição de criança, no contexto da divulgação dos direitos da criança, têm sido realizadas ações de sensibilização através de palestras, debates, teatros e programas nos meios de comunicação social. Por exemplo, o governo iniciou uma campanha de prevenção e combate aos casamentos prematuros com o envolvimento das instituições, organizações da sociedade civil, instituições religiosas, órgãos de comunicação social, entre outros setores da sociedade, no âmbito da campanha lançada pela União Africana em 2004. Em suma, as provisões constitucionais e legislativas da República de Moçambique são adequadas para a proteção da criança contra o casamento prematuro. De referir que em Moçambique temos o Ministério do Gênero e Ação Social, que, dentre outras atribuições, cuida de questões do financiamento dos serviços de proteção da criança e das organizações que trabalham unicamente no sentido de proteger e salvaguardar as crianças. Relativamente às medidas do governo para a proteção da criança, temos a informar o seguinte: o reforço das medidas preventivas e disciplinares positivas para travar a violência na escola, especialmente no que diz respeito à intimidação, através da realização de palestras nas escolas. Criação de condições de transporte para crianças portadoras de deficiência. Reformulação da legislação relativa à proteção das crianças, formulando políticas e leis que eliminem os diferentes obstáculos que as jovens enfrentam quando procuram o trabalho. Apoio à política de reinserção escolar de raparigas e jovens que procuram melhorar as oportunidades de educação em jovens que engravidam enquanto estão na escola. Garantia do reforço dos programas de educação sexual abrangente e dos serviços de saúde sexual e reprodutiva nas escolas. Assegurar que todas as crianças do sexo feminino nas escolas tenham acesso a pensos higiênicos gratuitos. Fomentando o empreendedorismo das raparigas e jovens através das instituições específicas e organizações da sociedade civil. E garantir a coordenação e o diálogo com diferentes intervenientes, como organizações da sociedade civil. 2. Lei e modelo sobre a violência baseada no gênero. A violência doméstica contra as mulheres é um problema de saúde pública que afeta todas as cidades moçambicanas. A lei contra a violência doméstica em Moçambique foi aprovada em 2009 pela Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Em Moçambique, a violência doméstica é um crime e é punido por lei número 29/2009. A lei dá oportunidade ao governo para assegurar a proteção das mulheres contra a violência em casa e nas comunidades, e exige sanções para os transgressores e confere ao Estado a obrigação de prestar assistência às vítimas. A violência doméstica tem impacto na saúde física e psíquica, assim como reflexos na vida futura da vítima. É entendida como aquela que ocorre em casa, no ambiente doméstico ou numa relação de familiaridade afetiva ou coabitação. Mas também a violência doméstica pode ser percebida como toda ação de violência dos direitos fundamentais do homem praticado entre os mesmos que habitam num ambiente familiar e pode acontecer entre pessoas com laços de sangue, exemplo, pai e filhos. Os crimes de violência física mais frequentes no nosso país são as agressões corporais voluntárias, tais como esbofetear, dar pontapés, morder, essas coisas. A principal forma de violência sexual no país é estupro, com qualquer parceiro. A violência psicológica é a mais frequente, pois se considera que para a ocorrência de qualquer tipo de violência física, houve uma primeira de ordem psicológica. A violência praticada pelos homens contra as mulheres ocorre, sobretudo, na faixa etária dos 25 a 34 anos, mas encontra-se presente, de modo geral, em todas as idades, estratos sociais. As mulheres são, portanto, as principais vítimas da violência no país. Os motivos da violência doméstica são vários. Os principais perpetradores da violência contra a mulher são os parceiros íntimos. Isto implica os motivos pelos quais, na maioria dos casos, as vítimas de crime de violência não registram as queixas nos órgãos de justiça e não aceitam a instauração do processo judicial contra os agressores, causadores deste grave problema social que se tornou igualmente um relevante problema de saúde pública. A violência doméstica é um crime público, o que significa que o procedimento criminal não está dependente da apresentação de uma queixa formal ou informal por parte da vítima, sendo apenas necessário haver uma denúncia ou o conhecimento do crime para que o Ministério Público promova o processo. Quem de modo reiterado não infringir maus tratos físicos ou psíquicos, incluindo castigos corporais, privações de liberdade e ofensas sexuais. É punido com pena de prisão de 1 a 5 anos se a pena mais grave lhe não couber por força de outra disposição legal. A lei contra a violência doméstica em Moçambique apresenta muitas conquistas, mas os desafios persistem. Além de dar visibilidade a um problema antes escondido, a lei trouxe maior consciencialização para os direitos das mulheres e permitiu mudar a perspectiva dos papéis e responsabilidades definidas. Chamou a atenção para esses aspectos que eram antes vistos como sendo do foro doméstico. Trouxe também a discussão que conduziu a uma maior consciencialização tanto do homem como da mulher, no sentido de que não é legítimo por parte do agressor usar a violência para resolver as questões domésticas, mas também que as responsabilidades domésticas não são do homem e mulher, não apenas da mulher, explica.
I have to call on the member to conclude, please.
Está quase a concluir. Resolução sobre a situação da fome e insegurança alimentar na região da SADC, desafios que geram insegurança alimentar, principais objetivos internacionais e agenda africana, investimento e desempenho dos compromissos de Malabo, ambiente que pode atrair os jovens a investir na agricultura. A insegurança alimentar acontece quando as pessoas não têm acesso regular e permanente a alimentos em quantidade e qualidade suficiente para a sua sobrevivência. Isso quer dizer que a pessoa em estado de insegurança alimentar passa por incerteza de quando e quanto irá comer em sua próxima refeição, colocando em risco sua nutrição, saúde e bem-estar. Anualmente, Moçambique registra pessoas em insegurança alimentar aguda devido a choques climáticos, cheias de inundações e secas que afetam a produção agrária, que é a principal fonte de alimento e de renda, em geral, nas zonas rurais. Tornar a agricultura cada vez mais resiliente a choques climáticos através de longo prazo, construção de represas, barragens, regadios, diques de proteção, desenvolver variedades tolerantes à seca e inundações, entre outros. Os desafios de segurança alimentar e nutrição em Moçambique são multifacetados e, se não forem resolvidos de forma apropriada, antecipadamente, e representam um risco importante para o desenvolvimento do país. A redução da malnutrição crônica é um objetivo-chave de desenvolvimento para o governo de Moçambique, que requer uma abordagem multissetorial e investimentos a longo prazo, de modo a reverter os inaceitáveis altos níveis que afetam negativamente o desenvolvimento do capital humano do país. Estima-se que mais de metade das famílias de Moçambique estejam afetadas por insegurança alimentar e cerca de 1/3 por insegurança alimentar crônica. Cerca de 30% das famílias são considerados pobres ou então no seu limite em termos de diversidade da dieta e frequência de refeição, uma medida crítica de segurança nutricional. A exposição prolongada a esses efeitos de insegurança alimentar e nutricional impede o desenvolvimento socioeconômico do capital humano da criança africana, porque a desnutrição continua a ser crônica e um desafio, uma vez que a África tem alguns dos casos mais elevados da nutrição a nível mundial. Para enfrentar os atuais e prolongados desafios alimentares e nutricionais, a União Africana reconhece a necessidade imperativa de uma arquitetura continental apropriada para responder, coordenar eficazmente as crises humanitárias no continente. A arquitetura deve ser construída sobre um ambiente mundial propício para assegurar a sua implementação efetiva, o que inclui parcerias mutuamente benéficas para melhorar a apropriação, a ocorrência e alinhamento adequado do apoio internacional com as prioridades locais, nacionais e regionais. Por me terem escutado, meu muito obrigado.
Thank you to the head of delegation from Mozambique. Honorable delegates, I think we will now observe a health break. We will resume at 11:45. I remind you that we are slightly behind schedule, so please be prompt. Thank you. Adjourn.
Nabunda.
Thank you, delegates. We'll resume with the presentation of country reports. I will give the floor to the Honorable Speaker from Namibia.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me, from the very outset, extend our thanks and appreciation to the Speaker of Parliament of Mauritius for the warm hospitality extended to our delegation. Honorable President, our contribution to the discussion this morning is centered around the theme for the 54th Assembly on the critical role of parliaments in coordinating enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery, planning in the Southern African Development Community, our SADC region. That said and done, we would like our comments to be taken into account as we are revising the strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I wish to put on record that our Parliament will, in the near future, be getting in touch with the Secretariat of SADC Parliamentary Forum to ensure that Namibia's country report on the implementation of the resolutions of the 53rd Plenary Assembly is made available. In this regard, we certainly welcome the extension on the deadline. Honorable President, indeed, it is by no accident that this gathering is in Mauritius as a country that is one of the island nations that are at high risk of the negative consequences of climate warming. As a legislative backbone of nations, our parliaments have the leverage to shape comprehensive legal frameworks that underpin disaster risk reduction strategies. Our collective responsibility lies in crafting laws that create a resilient foundation for our communities, ensuring that the region is well prepared to face the inevitable challenges of environmental disasters. Honorable President, colleagues, parliamentary oversight is the linchpin in our commitment to effective disaster management. Through dedicated committees and rigorous scrutiny, we hold governments accountable for the implementation of policies and the efficient allocation of resources. This oversight not only safeguards the interests of our constituencies, but also foster a culture of transparency and accountability. Furthermore, we need to craft responsive budget that can help us to achieve the goals and objectives of Sustainable Development Goals, which include climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, among others. Honorable President, our role as facilitators of dialogue and collaboration is vital by convening discussions and platforms such as this one that bring together policymakers for shared knowledge and experiences. This collaborative exchange enriches our understanding of regional vulnerabilities, paving the way for more informed decision-making in our pursuit of effective disaster risk reduction. Therefore, when tasked with budgetary decisions, parliaments become architects of mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Through approval of budgets that support disaster risk reduction and recovery initiatives, we ensure that financial resources are strategically directed towards projects that enhance our region's preparedness and response capabilities. Honorable President, honorable colleagues, honorable members of parliament here present, in conclusion, our parliaments have a paramount role in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning within the SADC region. It is a responsibility that transcends borders and political affiliations, emphasizing our shared commitment to the safety and well-being of the current and future generations of our citizens. Let us, as representatives of our people, continue to work hand in hand, crafting legislation, providing oversight, and fostering collaboration to build a more resilient and more secure future for the SADC region. It is our wish that collaboration in this magnitude transcend into tangible outcomes. That said and done, I wish all of us fruitful the deliberation of these important issues before us. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Namibia. I will now give the floor to the member from Seychelles for the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable delegates, it is with great honor and privilege that I present the country report for Seychelles on the resolutions of regional importance and concern, as brought forward in the various reports submitted by the SADC-PF Executive Committee, Standing Committees, Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee. This report encompasses a wide range of critical issues impacting the SADC region, including, but not limited to, democratization, governance, human rights, human and social development, gender equality, trade industry, finance, investment, food, agriculture, and natural resources. As a member state of the SADC-PF, it is imperative to address and implement these resolutions to contribute to the overall development, stability, and prosperity of the region. Therefore, we pledge our unwavering commitment to engaging with our regional partners on these matters and working collaboratively to achieve the goals set forth in these reports. And we look forward to the deliberations and discussion as we extend our gratitude to all member states for their dedication to the advancement of the region. Resolution on the symposium of the theme, Modernizing Agriculture to Address Food Insecurity and Youth Unemployment in the SADC region, Role of Parliament. Report on SADC PF resolution in regards to food security, food, agriculture, natural resources in Seychelles. Agriculture is one of the historical pillars of our economy. As a small island developing state, although classified as a high middle income country, Seychelles continues to remain a vulnerable country on account of its existential and inherent geographical specificities, among others, making the administrative style of governance a sustainable socio-economic development pathway. As a World Trade Organization member, Seychelles' agricultural policy and food security strategies are based on a balanced modality imports and local production to ensure food security, resilience, and affordability. In saying that, we have numerous challenges, just like many SADC countries, which hinders in a way the process and progress that we all want to see in agriculture. To state a few, availability of land and the capital required by farmers to develop their land to meet the demand of the country. Our specificities and small population of nearly 100,000 people scattered on 3 main islands amongst the 115 islands forming part of our territory, well connected by sea and air. The food supply chain is not an issue between islands. Most of the houses have access to energy and water supplies. Our primary school curriculum is specially designed to introduce agriculture and environment protection from an early age. This is with the hope of awakening the interest of our youth to the importance of food production and environmental protection as the cornerstone fundamental to sustainable development. We have specialized modern post-secondary agricultural school where young adults can follow both theory and practical agricultural modules, diploma, and the possibility to a university degree in any agricultural field internationally. There are also the possibility for young farmers to get credit facility to venture into agricultural activities, especially those investing in modern agricultural technologies that do not require much land space to produce. Credit facilities are accessible through commercial bank or the Development Bank of Seychelles with low interest rate, the SMEs. There is an agricultural land scheme pilot project in implementation for young top graduate who wants to take up farming. The 10% discretionary budget allocation as per the Malabo Convention commitment is being progressively targeted through budgetary allocation for foreign grant and technical assistance. Gender parity in agricultural activities in Seychelles is a non-issue. Women are free to choose agriculture. They are treated the same way as men and with equal opportunity to access the services related to agriculture. They can own their own land and can access loans through any bank freely. The National Assembly of Seychelles has different committees which have overlapping oversight role to ensure that commitments made are targeted and targets set are met. The Public Finance Committee, the Government Assurance Committee, the International Affairs Committee, Food Security and Sustainable Development Committee, and the Women's Committee. The following committee, among others, can submit biennial or annual report to the committee of the whole assembly. Committee members can table motion and summon minister or senior government officers in plenary to answer questions in public hearing. They work together to do oversight on the government commitment regarding different ministries, and Ministry of Agriculture has not been left behind. The most recent formed committee is the Food Security and Sustainable Development Committee, which is dedicated to monitor the agricultural development in Seychelles and submit report to the National Assembly, which then are forwarded to the government. I can say that we are trying, although with a different approach, to meet the Malabo commitment. Having said that, this, whilst analyzing our situation, do take note of the dimension of our vulnerability status and the challenges of our specificities. Resolution on the role of Parliament in promoting gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC region. The government of Seychelles has demonstrated its commitment to safeguarding the privacy of individuals by presenting a bill before the National Assembly of Seychelles. This proposed act seeks to enshrine the right to privacy as outlined in Article 20 of the Constitution and to facilitate responsibility and transparent information exchange by private and public entities. Additionally, the bill addresses various aspects concerning the processing of personal data, emphasizing the importance of protecting individuals' rights in the digital age. The bill, once passed, will establish comprehensive measures for the protection of individuals' personal data in line with the international data protection standards. It aims to regulate the collection, storage, and use of personal information by public and private organizations, promoting accountability, transparency, and ethical handling of data. By addressing these critical aspects, the proposed legislation seeks to create a secure and trustworthy environment for data processing, ultimately fostering public trust and confidence in the management of personal information. Additionally, the bill will address the establishment of a regulatory framework and enforce mechanism, underscoring the government commitment to uphold the right to privacy and ensuring a responsibility and fair approach to data management. This proactive step reflects Seychelles' dedication to stay abreast of the global but best practice in data protection and advancing its citizens' rights in an increasingly digitalized world. Resolution on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model law on child marriage and gender-based violence. Good practices, challenges, and a way forward. Another success in the area is that Seychelles has enacted the Domestic Violence Bill, which is a remarkable achievement towards promoting gender equality and addressing issues of domestic violence within the country. The Domestic Violence Act will come into effect soon and is set to mark the onset of Orange Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness about violence against women and girls, which is tomorrow. The implementation of this act signals Seychelles' commitment to addressing and preventing domestic violence and mark an important step towards protecting the right and safety of women and girls within the country. We are hopeful that this legislation will contribute to a safer and more equitable society for all individuals within Seychelles and demonstrate to the SADC-PF the importance of prioritizing gender equality and addressing gender-based violence within the region. We look forward to working collaboratively with SADC-PF to continue promoting and implementing measures to combat domestic violence and advance the right and well-being of women and girls across the region. Resolution on strengthening sexual and reproductive health and rights in the context of climate change as an emergency situation. In May 2023, a collaborative multi-stakeholder meeting under the theme Stronger Parliament, SRHR Engagement, a lens on HIV/AIDS response in Seychelles, was officially opened by the President of SADC-PF and Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Roger Mancien. The meeting, which was being held under the second phase of the SADC-PF governance project sponsored by the Swedish government, provided an opportunity to reflect on the successes and challenges experienced during the past 4 years and to also conduct a SWOT analysis on lost to follow up with HIV/AIDS patients. The objective of the meeting were the identification of the prevalence and magnitude of loss to follow up in Seychelles, the factor that contributes to and the problem associated with loss to follow up, and the avoidance and management of loss to follow up. The meeting was attended by SADC-PF Secretary General, Ms. Wemo Segoma, Member of Parliamentary Committee on Communicable Diseases, HIV and AIDS, NSRHR, Member of Women Parliamentary Caucus, and various local stakeholders and participants affiliated with the governance project locally. In October 2023, member of both the Committee on Communicable Diseases, HIV/AIDS, NSRHR, and the Women's Parliamentary Caucus hosted a joint outreach activity which formed part of the National Assembly's series of activities commemorating the 30th anniversary. The committees met with both students and lecturers of the National Institute for Health and Social Studies, NIHSS, which comprise of both male and female. The sensitization workshop was a much welcome one for the school, as all participants were very attentive to the presentation on the mandate, role, purpose, composition, and responsibilities of both committees, as well as respective term of reference, oversight function of members, and the collaborative work with stakeholders were also discussed in them. Two issues that came out very strongly during the deliberations were alarming rate of teenage pregnancies in general in relation to the availability of contraceptives. Specifically, students from the institution who fell pregnant, student inquiry about efficient awareness and education for the former, and showed concern for those who abstain from following the school program in its entire entity when becoming pregnant because of fearful belief that some elements of the program may not be suitable for them. Members shed light on these issues, especially to affirm that pregnancy is not a medical condition and that students can continue with their educational program during pregnancy and have the opportunity to go back to school after delivery. Let me take 2 minutes, Mr. President, to focus on challenges faced by SADC-PF in the execution of SADC-PF strategic plan. Please note that Seychelles has already submitted its feedback, but let me pick a few important points. Limited financial resources. The SADC-PF relies on member contribution, which can be inadequate to fully implement its strategy. Therefore, insufficient funds can hinder the organization's ability to carry out its activity efficiently. Limited participation on representation. Some member states may not fully engage in the activities of the SADC-PF, leading to limited participation and representation. This lack of engagement can hinder the effectiveness of the organization's strategic implementation. Limited institutional capacity. The SADC-PF may face challenges in building its institutional capacity to effectively carry out its strategy. This includes investing in human resources, technology, and infrastructures to support the implementation process. Lack of awareness and understanding. The forum may struggle with the low awareness and understanding of its strategies among key stakeholders, including parliamentarians and citizens. This can impede the organization's ability to gather sufficient support and resources for strategic execution. Addressing these challenges requires concrete effort from member states and key stakeholders. It may involve increasing financial support, fostering political independence, improving coordination mechanisms, enhancing participation and representation, investing in capacity building initiative, raising awareness about the organization, mission, and promoting regional security cooperation. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me say the submission of the country report before the SADC-PF Plenary Assembly serves as a critical step in monitoring Seychelles' progress on important regional issues such as food security, gender equality, and sexual and reproductive health and rights. By actively participating in the resolution process, Seychelles demonstrates its commitment to advancing the goals of SADC region and working towards a more prosperous and equitable future for all member states. Furthermore, the country report provides an opportunity for Seychelles to showcase its effort and accomplishment in addressing these important issues, as well as identifying areas for improvement and collaborations with other SADC member states. By engaging with the Plenary Assembly, Seychelles can contribute to the exchange of best practices and innovative solutions that can benefit the entire region. It also demonstrates our commitment to transparency and accountability in fulfilling our obligation within the SADC framework. The submission of the country report is not only a means of tracking progress, but also a reaffirmation of Seychelles' dedication to the collective advancement of SADC on issues of paramount importance. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Seychelles. I will now give the floor to the Speaker, Head of Delegation of South Africa.
I thank you, Honorable President, honorable members of the forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to present the report of how South Africa's Parliament followed through with the resolutions made during the 53rd Plenary Assembly. Following our gathering in Arusha, Tanzania, our delegation diligently prepared a report ensuring that all the resolutions were thoroughly documented for consideration by the relevant structures within our Parliament. The 53rd Plenary Assembly centered around the theme modernizing agriculture to address food security and youth unemployment in the SADC region. In alignment with these resolutions, our Parliament actively monitored the executive branch actions regarding these matters. I'm pleased to inform you that our members of Parliament representing various political parties raised no fewer than 16 parliamentary related questions on food security in South Africa during the year 2023, demonstrating the paramount importance we place on this multifaceted issue within our parliamentary work. Moreover, on the 20th of October 2023, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development recommended to the National Assembly that South Africa accedes to the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. This treaty is the major international agreement between member countries to conserve, use, and manage plant genetic resources for food and agriculture around the world for the benefit of people everywhere. The treaty ensures that farmers and plant breeders access easily the raw genetic material needed to develop new crop varieties, including those with higher yields and those that are resilient to climate change. As you are aware, our region is very reliant on agriculture. Hence, this treaty is of great interest to us as it recognizes the enormous contribution farmers have made to the ongoing development of the world's wealth of plant genetic resources. Importantly, the treaty calls for protecting the traditional knowledge of these farmers, increasing their participation in national decision-making processes, and ensuring that they share in the benefits from the use of these resources. In addition, the 53rd Plenary Assembly adopted various resolutions related to climate change, its impact on food security, access to sexual and reproductive health rights and services in emergency situations, and the need to promote gender and climate justice. In relation to these, allow me to report that Parliament is considering the Climate Change Bill, the first legal framework in South Africa to respond to the impact of climate change. The bill was passed by the National Assembly on the 24th of October and is now before the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The bill seeks to enable the development of an effective climate change response and long-term just transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy and society for South Africa. Equally, gender mainstreaming is a key component of the country's climate change response. Hence, one of the bill's core principles states that decision-making must consider the special needs and circumstances of people who are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including vulnerable workers and groups such as women, especially poor and rural women, children, especially infants and child-headed families, the aged, the poor, the sick, and persons with disabilities. Honorable President, the 53rd Plenary Assembly also dealt with a very important issue of our country's debt and the need for our parliaments to monitor debt acquisition and ensure that it is kept at manageable levels. South Africa has struggled to address the widening gap between its revenue and expenditure since the 2008 global financial crisis. This gap has led to a significant increase in public debt, and as part of their oversight roles, Parliament's finance committees have a key role to play in overseeing government's management of debt. For example, on the 14th of November this year, Parliament's Standing Committee on Finance released its report on South Africa's 2023 revised and proposed fiscal framework. The report emanated from the Minister of Finance's presentation of the 2023 medium-term budget policy statement in Parliament on the 1st of November 2023. In line with South Africa's Public Finance Management Act and the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, thereafter, Parliament's Finance and Appropriations Committees received briefings from the National Treasury and held public hearings on the matter. Following its consideration of all the presentations and submissions, the committee, amongst others, called for a comprehensive review of debt management practices and the need to explore avenues to optimize borrowing costs. The committee also called for the implementation of risk mitigation measures to ensure fiscal sustainability. Furthermore, the committee suggested a thorough review of South Africa's fiscal rules and that additional binding rules for fiscal sustainability must be considered. Honorable President and honorable members, I'm also pleased to report developments related to 53rd Plenary Assembly resolution to domesticate and implement the SADC model laws and child marriage and gender-based violence. A draft marriage bill has been developed in South Africa and published in the Government Gazette on the 7th of July 2023. The bill seeks to give effect to the White Paper on Marriages in South Africa, which Cabinet approved in March 2023 and empowers the Department of Home Affairs to develop a single Marriage Act for the country. The marriage bill seeks to ensure that all persons, regardless of race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, religious or cultural beliefs, are treated equally and with dignity. As regards child marriage, the bill states that any person who wishes to enter into marriage must be 18 years of age or older, and that consent to the marriage must be obtained from the prospective spouses in the prescribed form and manner. Moreover, the bill provides for offenses and penalties for any person who enters into a marriage with a person who is not at least 18 years old, or any person or institution who knowingly provides consent for a minor to enter into marriage. The closing date for written submissions on the draft bill was the 31st of August 2023, and we await the results of these inputs. On the 14th of November, the National Assembly also passed the Divorce Amendment Bill to amend the Divorce Act. South Africa's Divorce Act was declared unconstitutional, and it excluded Muslim marriages. This non-recognition of Muslim marriages in civil law meant that a person who is married in terms of Islamic law only had no right to approach a court of law for a decree of divorce. This resulted in a failure to safeguard the interests of Muslim women and minor or dependent children of Muslim marriages in the same way as children of other marriages on the dissolution of their marriage. Furthermore, the Act failed to provide for the redistribution of assets and to provide for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits on the dissolution of the Muslim marriage on the same terms as other dissolved marriages. The bill seeks to rectify these failures and allow persons in Muslim marriages to get divorced in terms of the civil law. The bill, however, does not constitute or replace an Islamic divorce, and persons who are in Muslim marriages and wish to be granted a religious divorce will still need to follow Islamic law. The bill will now be sent to the NCOP, which is the National Council of Provinces, for concurrence. Honorable President and honorable members, the 53rd Plenary Assembly urged SADC parliaments to enact necessary cybersecurity legislation to protect users from falling victim to online fraud and gender-based violence, especially women and girls who may be less technologically savvy due to the digital gender divide. Our parliament has been considering the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill since 2018. The bill seeks to, amongst others, provide for offenses such as hate crimes and the offense of hate speech and the prosecution of persons who commit those offenses. It also seeks to prevent hate crimes and hate speech that have become very prevalent with the rise on social media. After rigorous scrutiny, debate, and public consultation by both houses of parliament, the bill is now near completion. The National Assembly passed the bill in March earlier this year, and on the 15th of November 2023, the NCOP followed suit with proposed amendments. The National Assembly's Portfolio Committee on Justice will now consider these proposed amendments. I'd also like to report that on the 31st of October 2023, the National Assembly passed the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. The bill is a sequel to the Presidential Summit Declaration Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide of 2018, aimed at preventing and eliminating the endemic abuse, violence, and murder of women in South Africa. The bill establishes the National Council that will manage an approach to gender-based violence and femicide in collaboration with relevant stakeholders that include short, medium, and long-term priorities that are aligned with various national frameworks. The National Council will also ensure that information on best practices regarding the prevention and elimination of gender-based violence is available and accessible. The bill also calls for the National Strategic Plan to be developed and implemented within 6 months of the National Council being established, with regular reports on the progress of its implementation to the Interministerial Committee on GBV and Femicide. Honorable President, regarding the input requested from delegations concerning the development of the Forum's 2024 to 2028 Strategic Plan, South Africa submits as follows as guided by the survey questions. We are of the view that the forum has been effective in discharging its mandate as articulated in the objectives of the 2019 to 2023 strategic plan. These objectives remain relevant to the forum's current status and future vision. South Africa particularly values the forum's efforts to create operational and institutional linkages between the SADC PF committees and SADC organs and sectors, as these linkages have assisted greatly in creating awareness amongst parliaments in SADC on policy developments in the region, and also enriching our domestic lawmaking and oversight work through the regional perspectives MPs are exposed to. We therefore rate each objective as having been implemented as very good, despite the forum's human and financial resource challenges that we are all very well aware of. Forum's political leadership and Secretariat's efforts under these trying circumstances are commendable. Honorable President, South Africa wishes to submit the following three needs for consideration in the 2024-2028 strategic plan. One, an establishment of the SADC PF as a regional parliament. Two, strengthened operational and institutional linkages between the once established SADC parliament and SADC organs and sectors, in view of promoting integration in region. And three, strengthened linkages between SADC PF or future SADC parliament with national parliaments through the development of common guidelines for communication and processing of SADC PF decisions. These three needs are based on South Africa's anticipation of the forum transforming into a regional parliament during the 2024 to 2028 period. Note particularly because many countries now have signed. Notably, the last of these is important as our region to fully benefit from a future SADC parliament. Our national parliaments will have to evolve alongside the forum to truly support its work. We will have to review the efficacy of how we communicate, process, and very importantly, share the work of the forum within our national parliaments. We believe this is a core issue that will assist the SADC PF in achieving its mandate for optimal impact at both regional and national levels. In conclusion, Honorable President and honorable members, allow me once again to congratulate the Speaker, Dr. Tulia Aksin, on her election as President of the IPU, and Honorable Speaker Nelly Muti for election as an IPU Executive Council member. As you may recall, Honorable Aksin was, through a resolution of the 53rd Plenary Assembly, agreed to as our recommended candidate for the prestigious position of IPU President. The overwhelming support that Dr. Aksin received at the IPU bears testimony to the significant impact of our region, that our region can have when we remain united in our position. South Africa wishes her and Honorable Muti great success in their new roles, and as a region, we must stand ready to support them in their endeavors. Allow me, Chair, to commend Malawi for the manner in which they responded to the outcome of the election results. The gracious manner and the commitment for continued support to the leadership of the IPU. I thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your report. I now give the floor to the member from Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'm Selemani Zedi, a member of parliament from Tanzania and a leader of delegation from Tanzania. I will present the Tanzania country reports on 53rd Plenary Assembly resolution, the assembly that took place in Arusha in Tanzania. Honorable President, I'll start by presenting the resolution. And regarding the resolution on leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC region. Honorable President, the National ICT Policy of 2016 is currently under review, and one of the issues considered is addressing the accessibility of communication services to unsaved and underserved areas, which will ease device penetration and access by women and youth. Honorable President, in addition to that, the Minister has prepared a national communication strategy in which, among other issues, it has addressed the effective and the safe use of social media. And again, Tanzania continues to reaffirm its commitment to contribute towards closing the digital gender divide existing in Southern Africa by facilitating programs at regional level, which aim at to sensitize MPs, especially women MPs, to be ICT literate and to promote participatory democracy by engaging citizens through online means. In addition to that, the government of Tanzania, through digital projects, has recently signed contracts to construct over 730 communication towers of 3G and above in rural areas. And in addition to that, there are about 633 more towers to be constructed through Rural Connectivity Project. And the contract has just been signed. And as I mentioned in Russia, that Tanzania, we are about to accomplish the huge product to electrify all 12,500 villages in Tanzania. And this will ensure that the communication in the villages, especially for women and the youth, is improved. Honorable President, the government is also putting in place a conducive environment to promote investment in broadband communication infrastructure, including expanding the national ICT broadband backbone, assigning more radio spectrum resources to service provider, and promotes competition among services provider with the aim of improving affordability, accessibility, and the quality communication services. In addition to that, Honorable President, Tanzania has enacted the Cybercrime Act of 2015, E-Transaction Act 2015, and the Personal Data Protection Act 2022, all in order to have in place necessary cyber security legislation to protect internet and communication services user. Honorable President, regarding the resolution on food insecurity and hunger, whereby the emphasis is that each country should set aside 10% of its budget to agriculture, I want to point it out that we have not reached that level of setting aside 10% budgets of agriculture as required by Malabo Declaration, but we are somewhere around 3 to 4%, and we are still putting more effort to ensure that the Malabo Declaration target is reached. But regarding that, in Tanzania, we are doing a lot of projects to ensure that food security is there. There is admission in our Food and Nutrition Security Framework, which is National Agriculture Policy 2013, Agricultural Sector Development Program 2, and the National Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Action Plan. And the women are slightly more food and nutrition insecure than men, local and both at regional level and globally. An equal distribution of food to women in the community leads to increased malnutrition, increased reproductive and the maternal health risk, and lower productivity. These factors diminish women's economic ability, undermining gender equality, and trapping women in a vicious cycle of poverty and undernutrition. Honorable President, we have the short-term strategy, which is to encourage the private sector to source fertilizer from various sources at affordable prices. And in addition, the government has made an effort to support the Tanzania Fertilizer Company, TFC, to enable importation from fertilizer manufacturer and distribute to farmer at very relatively low price. Tanzania Fertilizer Company has contracted with Maden Company to supply a total of 20,000 metric tons of fertilizer, whereby 15,000 tons of its DAP fertilizer and 10,000 tons of urea fertilizers. Honorable President, regarding the resolution on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model laws on child marriage and the GBV, Tanzania over the years has demonstrated its commitment to the protection of the child through establishment of the special minutes for dealing with children matters and gender-based violence called the Ministry of Communication, Development, Gender, Women and Special Group, which is in 2022 has accelerated the government initiative to end GBV and child marriage in the country. In 2021, the government launched the National Accelerated Action and Investment Agenda for Adolescents' Health and Well-Being, which is from 2021-22 to up to 2024-25, mainly to address challenges related on health and development of adolescents, boys and girls in 13 regions in Tanzania, where there are unsatisfactory indicators on health and nutrition and GBV issues. We also provide opportunity to educate and skill among adolescents. And before that, the government enacted and ratified the Penal Code, Stock Cap 16 of 2022, which is including Anti-Trafficking of Person Act 2008 and the Law of the Child. In addition to that, Tanzania has developed the guideline on the establishment and the strengthening of gender desk in public spaces, medium and higher learning institutions, especially in 2023. And furthermore, the country keeps coordinating the commemorations of important days such as Women's Day, African Child Days, and 16 Days campaign against gender violence, which is started 2009, which is mainly to prevent GBP among adolescents in Tanzania. But the government has also issued an education circular, number 02 of the year 2021, regarding the return to school to students who interrupted studies in primary and secondary education for various reasons. This step is the implementation of the Tanzania Education Vision, which directs every Tanzanian to get an education and have knowledge, skill, competence, ability, and a positive attitude to contribute to the development of the nation. But we're also reviewing our Marriage Act, whereby the only age which is allowed for marriage is at least 18 years and above. Honorable President, regarding the resolution on the promotion of gender and climate justice, Tanzania has enacted the Environmental and Management Act that promote environmental and conservation, including the use of clean energy in order to mitigate climate change. Also, we have numerous of policies, strategies, and plans, including the National Climate Change Response strategy promotes the use of clean energy to mitigate climate change. For example, the National Climate Change Response Strategy, which promotes the development of less carbon-intensive and climate change resilient to energy infrastructure, to promote and adopt of energy-efficient technology and enhance climate-related assessment of industrial development. In addition to that, Tanzania implemented the project called Adapting to Climate Change in Lake Victoria Basin, whereby the project constructed solar-powered underground borehole and rainwater harvesting technology in Ngwaya village. The constructed solar-powered underground borehole are used by smallholder farmers for irrigation in income-generating activity, especially horticulture activity, and either rainwater harvesting technology support primary school funds in that area. Also, Tanzania has national carbon trading guideline and regulation of 2022 that promote carbon trading as a business for local community that benefits from the selling of carbon credit to existing companies dealing with carbon trading, including Carbon Tanzania. Honorable President, regarding the inputs on strategic plan, SADC PF strategic plan of 2024 up to 2029, we are still consulting and finalizing our inputs, and with the extension of deadline, we'll ensure that before the deadline, which is 30th of this November, the Tanzania inputs on this strategic plan 2024 to 2029, our input will be submitted on time. With that, Honorable President, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member and Head of Delegation of Tanzania. I will now give the floor to the Speaker from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of our leader of delegation, Madam Speaker of Zambia, Right Honorable Nelly Mutsi, I will be presenting our report. Mr. President, as a country of Zambia, we are here by outlining some of the findings or the recommendations that have been done in Zambia and some of the implementation as it relates to the reports of what happened at the 53rd Plenary Assembly session in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was held in Arusha, the United Republic of Tanzania, from the 2nd to the 8th of January. And it is at this juncture that we as Zambia, we want to take this opportunity also to congratulate the Right Honorable Madam Speaker of Tanzania, having held as the winner, and indeed to represent all her colleagues, especially the speakers, more importantly, the female speakers of the Southern region, as the first ever president of IPU. And to that we say congratulations, and it is a win for SADC indeed, and SADC Forum. Mr. President and honorable members, as a country, we have taken a lot of strides and a lot of initiatives through the Zambian government, in particular as it relates to modernizing agriculture and addressing food insecurity, and indeed creating employment for our youths. The Zambian government has gone on to transform the public non-PSIP program. This is a program that is intended for the most vulnerable in society under their packs, as a pack of 6 bags, 4 bags, 3 bags of fertilizer for the vessel, and 3 bags for the top. which is usually given, not only to be a direct input program, but also to be using the e-voucher as we try to advance the technology sector and also ensuring that people in the rural areas are not left behind. In the same vein, the creation of the Sustainable Agriculture Financial Facility. This is a very much new initiative, which is also known as the credit window, has been launched by His Excellency the President Hakainde Hichilema to ensure that Zambia do not remain in practicing agriculture for only peasant farmers, and also the gap that exists within the commercial farmers. This very credit window is a game changer in the agriculture sector, as it will ensure that not only those who are small farmers, but medium farmers, middle stage farmers, but also civil servants, meaning anyone who works even for the government, can go and actually get finances at a very reduced interest rate, so that agriculture in Zambia is no longer just a way of life, but indeed a business. So this is something that is very new and we're very excited about as a country. In addition, also within agriculture sector, under the Community Development Fund, which is known as the CDF, which has really been lent from other countries, now it sits at 30 million kwacha in dollar terms. This speaks to about 1.3 million US dollars as a fund, compared to what used to be the amount of 100,000 per year. And within this, you can also borrow, especially for our people in the constituencies, as groups, which are grants, and invest in agriculture, as well as it has a component of loans, where people are able to borrow around 10,000 US dollars so that they can invest in agriculture. Within the agriculture sector, Mr. President and honorable members, there is also the initiative of the farming blocks, which has been introduced in our country. As we sit here, there has been an introduction of 1,000 hectares within provinces, of which one of them I represent, Central Province. And each province will go on to allocate about 100,000 hectares, especially to youths, to encourage them to go into agriculture. And it was indeed very informative and encouraging when we saw what was happening in Tanzania when we were there on the 53rd Plenary in Arusha. Under the Vice President's office, there is also the resettlement program. Again, this is to ensure that not only our youth, but women can also actually get land, because usually land is what is used for anyone to get any finances from banks. So this can be used as collateral, and we know as we speak right now, that is also extended to even those that work within the government, so that we continue to empower our Zambian people. As a country, the Zambian government recognized that for the longest time there has been inconsistency in the policies as it relates to agriculture, and the president, through the current government, has gone on to challenge all Zambians that first of all, we grow for our own consumption. Secondly, we actually make sure that our agency, which is called FRA, has enough food for our country, but also that we'll go on to actually encourage trade within our region, in particular southern region, so that we can export maize, for example, to places like maybe Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, maybe Malawi, and even Angola. There's no reason why within SADC, our other member states should be importing things from the West when we can trade among us. Mr. President and honorable members, as it relates to enhancing gender-sensitive investment in adopting mitigation, technologies transfer, and capacity building initiative, the government of the Republic of Zambia has provided gender-sensitive social protection to reduce vulnerability and poverty in communities. including capacity building in communities with regards to adoption, mitigation, and use of modern technologies to improve lives. Various social protection programs have been designed and implemented to address the needs of vulnerable girls and boys. And in addition, the National Gender Policy of 2014 further provides measures for the gender-sensitive investment and capacity building. And some of those interventions were already alluded to as we looked at the agricultural sector. And indeed, we were also asked that as SADC members to review the domestication of legislation so as to align it to the SADC model laws, in particular on child marriage. The SADC member states to set up a minimum age. And this has also given Zambia a chance to actually harmonize the discrepancy that was there within the customary law and that of the statutory law, and indeed what is stipulated in the Supreme Law, which is the Constitution of Zambia, where a child is actually defined to be anyone below the age of 18. As it relates to member states implementing the strategies for awareness and discernment messages in the prevention of gender-based violence and child marriage, bearing in mind the need to develop advocacy materials which are to be adopted in local languages for better assimilation. Here also, you will be informed, you would love to learn, Mr. President and all honorable members, that the Zambian government has gone on with the support of the United Nations and other cooperating partners to implement global programs in not only ending child marriage, but also using traditional leaders to be at the forefront of advocating against child marriage. As you are already aware, that our President, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, also sits as the chair in the study on ending child marriage, as a champion. In addition, there's also the free education and the re-entry policy that has been introduced in Zambia, and the re-entry policy that has been strengthened to ensure that no children are left behind, especially after falling pregnant, especially our girls. They can all go back to school, whether at primary level or at secondary level. And also there is a special program called the Keeping Girls in School. This is a program that goes on to add more other support for children who may have been married off and now can be brought back to school. Lastly, on this subject, there is also the realization that boys as well cannot be left behind, otherwise we'll have the same predicament. And that is why within our country, there's also a program going on, Coach and Groom Boys into Men, in particular in the rural areas. There is a saying that says, you educate a boy, that respect a girl on gender issues, then you protect the girl. I think that's a saying that we are ascribing to as a country. As it relates to access to energy, to clean energy in rural areas, such as gas and solar, eliminating the use of unsustainable sources of energy, such as charcoal, firewood, which is indeed destroying our forests and our landscape and have an effect on our environment. The government of Zambia, through the energy sector, is not only creating an enabling environment, but also has developed and actualized the economic diversification program that will also drive the country. In addition, Zambian government has gone on to look into other sustainable energy sources, such as ranging from hydropower, solar, wind, and biomass to geothermal. Despite the availability of these diverse clean resources, the energy supply in Zambia traditionally remains dominated by mass and waste, constituting an estimated 60% of the total energy consumption. Access to modern clean service is therefore still a challenge for the majority of Zambians, and only about 32.7% of Zambian households are connected to electricity services, with 70.6% and 8.1% household electrified in urban and rural areas respectively. Hence, the government acknowledges these challenges and is continuing on to work on policies and regulations as well as institutional framework that will mitigate the current situation. This includes the renewable energy phase in tariffs, the global energy transfer fed in tariff strategy, the grid code distribution, and development of the mini-grid regulation and the biofuels blending mandate. And there are many interventions that I believe that we can avail the House. Mr. President, and indeed, honorable members, the mining sector is another critical sector in our country that the country has gone on to look into. So the National Mining Resource Development Policy of 2022 is being implemented with a focus on smart, sustainable, diversified, and growth-centered mining sector. To achieve this vision, various interventions are being implemented by the government and key stakeholders to advance concepts of business and human rights in this important sector. The Mining and Mineral Act also governs the sector and provides licensing, legalization, safety, health, and environmental health issues. In the administration of the Act, the following principles, among others, are being implemented and developed in managing the mineral resources. A, mineral resources are a non-renewable source and need to be preserved and developed and used prudently, taking into account the need of the present and the future generations. The exploration of the minerals shall ensure safety, health, and environmental protection. Wasteful mining practices are being actually looked into to promote sustainable development and prevention of the adverse effects on the environment, especially affecting our agricultural sector. As it relates, Mr. President, as it relates to the member states endeavoring to contribute towards the closing digital gender gap that exists in Southern Africa, facilitating programs at regional level which aim to sensitize members of parliament, especially women, to be ICT literate and to promote participation of democracy by engaging citizens through online means. The Zambian government has gone on working through ZICTA to put in place specific measures to empower women to address the challenges hindering their full participation, especially in the digital realm. And recently, in Zambia, there was a survey taken by the authority in collaboration with the Zambia Statistics Agency that reviews that the gender divide exists in accessing and usage of IT in the country. Notably, there were more males that used a mobile phone, which estimated to about 66.7% compared to female at 60.6%. Similarly, the proportion of men that use the internet was much higher at 29% compared to the females at 22%. Some of the activities that the authority has implemented to try and close the digital gap include girls in ICT programs, which is being encouraged in schools, and also to encourage girls to take up the ICT careers. In conclusion, Mr. President, and indeed to the House and all honorable members, the member states were also encouraged to look into the cyber security legislation to protect users, especially women and girls who may be less technologically savvy due to the digital gap the gender divide from making victims, especially in in rural areas and fraud, online and online gender-based violence, the Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act provided for the protection of all persons, including women and girls who may be less technologically savvy due to the gap that exists. In Part 9 of the Act contains various online activities that are prohibited so as to protect users from the online crimes. Furthermore, Section 63 of the Cyber Act criminalizes the use of computer systems for any activities that constitutes an offense under the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act using digital or online means is an offense under Section 63 of the Cyber Crime I submit. And in terms of the strategic plan, Mr. President, and indeed the House, we went on to look at some of the objectives, and in the interest of time, I'll try to run them through, but we are submitting these responses as a country. Objective number 1, as it relates to promoting interparliamentary cooperation, diplomacy, and dialogue on issues of regional interest in view of advancing democratic and socio-economic development for SADC states. We rated it as still being weak, as many of the model laws, there is need to understand the current status of model laws, domestication and implementation in order to provide the foundation for identifying the existing gaps and opportunities. And due to lack of implementation by different member states, has led to non-peer review of the model laws. In order to advance democracy, more election observing missions in the region should be undertaken. As it relates to strategic number 2, to align and harmonize and create operational institutional linkages between SADC-PF standing committees and programs to other SADC organs and sectors in view of promoting integration of the region. We rated it as being very good. The formulation, however, of this SADC-PF forum into a regional parliament will go on to enhance the very need to ensure that we continue strengthening the agreements that are agreed at a SADC level. Hence, it is critical that all countries that have not signed really do this expeditiously. And in the interest of time, as it relates to the capacity building for other programs and staff, this was also rated very well, that the SADC Parliamentary Forum has done well in capacitating members as well as staff, and will be challenged to continue doing more, and in particular also the highly celebrated program for SRH. As it has already been alluded to by other member states, objective number 4, the issue of supporting women representation and youth participation in the political sphere and decision-making, this continues to be a challenge, and this is an area that we are recommending that more needs to be done. I will jump just so that I come to the conclusion as it relates to objective number 5 in terms of advocating for the parliament to become a regional parliament. This, we want to salute Speaker Mudenda for leading this initiative, and indeed other speakers such as Speaker of Namibia, to ensure that all the remaining parliaments can actually sign to this. In Zambia, 90% of the work has been done, and we appreciate and salute the work of our Right Honorable Speaker Nelly Muti for her hard work and her resilience to ensure that Zambia become the 10th country to sign. Strategic number 6, to formalize policy and operational relationship with Pan-African parliaments, inter-parliament unions, the Commonwealth Association, and other international parliaments. The recommendation, the observation here was that more needs to be done. There is need for more geopolitical groupings with other parliamentary institutions so that our SADC Parliamentary Forum continue to also benefit. Lastly, objective is objective number 7, to ensure the financial human resource sustainability of the SADC PF through governance and prudent planning. It was noted that it is important that we continue to compel countries that do not pay their subscription on time, that we continue to pay, and also take advantage of the partnerships such as the UN family, and indeed also that when the SADC forum is employing, it's to look into the skill set of those who are strong in the resource mobilization and fundraising, as this is critical if the forum is to alleviate the challenge that it has faced since its inception, which are the financial challenges. And it has been noted by the Zambian team that the secondment policy to a greater extent has really not really helped. The secondment policy to a greater extent has limited the forum from achieving this very important objective of having enough resources. Lastly, Mr. President, it is important to acknowledge that all facilitators, consultants, and other resource persons always come from the representative states, as this is the policy of SADC PF, that all members from other states be beneficial or be brought to the table when they are considering consultants and other facilitators. We remain resolute as Zambia that the turning or the transformation of this forum in a regional parliament cannot be overemphasized, and indeed it will help to ensure that the next strategic plan and many other objectives of this forum are achieved once we become a regional parliament. On behalf of the Zambian delegation and on my own behalf, these are our submissions.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Zambia. I will now give the floor to the Honorable Speaker, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our African culture, the last born has a special place in the family. I'm the last one to speak, the last born. Perhaps in future, Mr. President, we can follow the alphabet, but in reverse gear. Because now I'm speaking at a time when the politics of the stomach are beginning to roll the roast. And I'm surprised that I'll get the attention of the members as we look forward to lunch very soon. Mr. President, I will present our parliamentary report in response to the resolutions, and my second in command behind me will give you our response to the questionnaire. As far as speaking to the 2024 to 2028 envisaged strategic plan, we have not exercised our mind beyond the recommendations of the consultant for the mid-year term, which is found on page 64 to page, I think it's page 67. And we subscribe to those recommendations of the consultant as the point of departure in crafting the next strategic plan. Mr. President, I have divorced myself from some of the issues raised by colleagues in terms of, for example, early child marriages, child justice, GBV, because in my country report at the 53rd Assembly, I did include these in terms of what our parliament had done, so I have not repeated those. Mr. President, Parliament of Zimbabwe response to the resolutions adopted during the 53rd Plenary Assembly of SADC-PF are guided by Section 119 of our Constitution of Zimbabwe, which says it empowers Parliament to protect the Constitution by exercising oversight over all government institutions and agencies at all levels, unquote. From the outset, it is imperative to indicate that the 53rd Plenary Assembly meetings held in Arusha, Tanzania, took place during Zimbabwe's electoral season. Hence, not much decisive implementation strategies took place as the country then held its harmonized elections on the 23rd to the 24th August 2023. Now I turn to resolution on the symposium on the theme, Modernizing Agriculture to Address Food Insecurity and Youth Unemployment in SADC region, the role of parliaments. Off the cuff, in terms of food insecurity, Mr. President, Africa boasts of 60% of Arab land. However, only 20% is put to good use in terms of production and productivity. The reason being that we Africans in Africa have not exercised our political rights and economic rights in terms of the land tenure. The land still belongs to those that control capital, but we in Zimbabwe decided to reverse that and claimed our land, and we have been punished because of the sanctions imposed on us. But these sanctions have created a sense of self-dependence and introspection to use our resources in order to till the land. As a result now, our agriculture is under smart agriculture, very developed irrigation schemes, and also we are now food secure, Mr. President. As for this year, we have 3.5 tons of maize that we've harvested. We have now 475,993 tons of wheat harvested in 2023. As a result, we are no longer importing wheat from Ukraine and Russia in terms of the conflict that is going on there. Secondly, Zimbabwe is implementing climate-proofed agriculture, known as Fumvuza in Shona or Intwasa program in Isindebele, which supports over 1.6 million vulnerable households in maize, sunflower, small grains, and soybeans production. The Fumvuza Intwasa program is a Zimbabwean two main vernacular languages term literally referring to the blooming of new leaves during the spring season, signaling the beginning of a new farming season. Fumvuza Intwasa is unique for the minimum small size of a plot of 16 meters by 39 meters up to 4 hectares, which is enough to easily prepare including mulching and the application of fertilizer in the same hole, together with the seed to avoid waste. The holes can now be dug using a hand-motorized hole, a hole digger for speedy planting process. And generally, our farming agricultural sector is now highly mechanized. Third, as far as the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture, Water and Fisheries and Rural Development is concerned, it has surpassed the training target of 1,600 youths in agriculture sector to enhance productivity and technical expertise employed by the same youth group. 5, the same ministry has crafted a national youth policy which started in 2020 to 2025 to promote youth participation in the Zimbabwe mainstream economy, including agriculture. The Youth Empowerment Bank Limited was established in 2018, has availed loans to 2,425 youths to venture into agriculture value chain projects. As I hinted in Arusha, we still have to change the mindset of the youth to love agriculture, to love their land, to love their soil. 7, the Junior Parliament Program provides an opportunity for young people in Zimbabwe to discuss matters affecting them, as well as advocating for the rights of young people in Zimbabwe, including the right to access land. And this parliamentary program was being held once a year. We are now going to hold it twice a year. Now, recommendation number 8, parliaments which have a responsibility of passing the national budgets should ensure that the agriculture sector gets adequate budgetary allocation with the aim of improving agricultural productivity. Now, the Zimbabwe 2023 national budget has attempted to comply with the Malabo Protocol of ensuring that 10% of the budget is allocated to the Agricultural Ministry. Report on the implementation of the resolution on adoption of motion on debt ceiling in SADC member states. Recommendation 1 urges member states to strengthen their external oversight by establishing and implementing the following measures. 1, independent government bodies like public debt management offices, ensuring cooperation with the government agencies and debt servicing costs through domestication of the modern law on public finance management. 2, making use of the reports of the civil society organizations or think tanks. Mr. President, in 2010, Zimbabwe established the Debt Management Office, which is under the Ministry of Finance and Investment Promotion, for the purpose of effective debt management in order to comply with the SADC debt to GDP ratio of no greater than 60% for all member states. The Public Debt Management Act, Chapter 2221, Act Number 4 of 2015, is the legal framework of debt management policy in Zimbabwe. Debt management in Zimbabwe is undergirded by Parliament. The Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission and the Auditor General's Office also bolster the effectiveness of public debt management strategies by thoroughly scrutinizing the national budget expenditure regime. To bolster the implementation of the provisions of the Public Debt Office, Parliament is amending the Public Finance Management Act to incorporate the provisions of the modern law on public financial management, thereby strengthening the effectiveness of the Debt Management Office. Next, recommendation number 7 implores resources-rich countries to leverage on God-given resources to support public expenditure rather than resort to borrowing. This is very evident in the case of Botswana, for example, which has leveraged on its diamonds. Our response as Zimbabwe is that Zimbabwe has adopted the policy on value addition and beneficiation of its minerals and agricultural resources, thereby resulting in downstream mining and agro-industries. The recent 2024 pre-budget seminar hosted by Parliament of Zimbabwe implored government to accelerate the implementation of the value addition and beneficiation policies in the mining and agricultural sectors in particular. Next, the report on the implementation of resolution on what can parliamentarians do towards the rights-based approach to the conduct of business within the natural resources sector of SADC region. Recommendation 1 reaffirms the centrality of parliamentarians in advancing the concept of business and human rights in the extractive sector in Southern Africa to ensure that TNCs comply with the human rights and environmental laws and that remedies are available and accessible to citizens and communities in case of violations. Now, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has a new thematic committee on climate change to specifically conduct oversight on the government policies, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation and mitigation policies and programs being undertaken by the government, among other areas. Parliament will soon consider the climate change bill, which seeks to regulate greenhouse gases emissions and facilitate low-carbon development technologies, including strengthening appropriate institutions and funding mechanisms by working together with Select Committee on Climate Change. Of course, this is in the context of the National Determined Contribution principle. These two committees are advocating for the enactment of the climate change bill into law as supported by the Environmental Management Agency, EMA, and the Zimbabwe Environmental Lawyers Association, ZELA, in the same endeavor. Mr. President, furthermore, the Parliament of Zimbabwe signed a memorandum of understanding with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, ZELA, in 2020 in an effort to capacitate parliamentarians and staff in order to achieve robust oversight on environmental protection, climate change impact, and how to engage communities in the protection of the environment. Additionally, a delegation of members of parliament attended COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. This year, Parliament of Zimbabwe will be represented at COP28 in Dubai, United Arab Emirates Republic, in order to benchmark on how Zimbabwe Parliament can consummate the Paris Agreement on climate change through parliamentary processes more effectively. Next resolution was on leveraging social media to advance women's political participation in the SADC region. The recommendation being under 2, Roman numbers prompt SADC members of parliaments to streamline parliamentary programs to allow for ICT inclusiveness and enhancement engagement by women MPs, especially on fast-evolving issues such as social media. Mr. President, recently, I led a delegation to the Second World Summit of Committees of the Future, which was held under the overarching theme, I quote, "Bringing the future to the present, the democracy of the future, artificial intelligence and parliaments," unquote. Participating parliamentarians recognized the fundamental importance of incorporating the application of artificial intelligence in parliamentary processes vis-à-vis e-governance, which is now prevalent in several developed states. Accordingly, Parliament of Zimbabwe will establish a committee of the future to ensure the application of artificial intelligence in e-governance, while at the same time curtailing the negative effects of artificial intelligence application through the enactment of a sound legal framework. Furthermore, all members of parliament in the current 10th Parliament of Zimbabwe will be provided with iPads so that they are ICT compliant. In that regard, all members of parliament will receive some induction on how to use the iPads in their parliamentary work, in chat groups amongst themselves, and stakeholders in their constituencies. Mr. President, as I conclude, however, more fundamentally, our President, Dr. Edim Mnangagwa, has established a fully fledged Ministry of Information Communication Technology, Postal and Courier Services in order to drive the fourth industrial revolution that is anchored on ICT technologies for the whole country against the background of leveraging the application of artificial intelligence. This ministry is headed by a young, vibrant female minister, Dr. Tatenda Mavetera. Mr. President, may I be allowed to say something about Dr. Atsun, the new president of the IPU. Zimbabwe joins fellow members of parliament from the SADC group, as well as those from the Africa Geopolitical Group, in wishing Dr. Atsun Tulia success in her new but onerous responsibility in leading the IPU. Now, she will succeed not on her own. She must succeed because all of us from this region must support her. All of us from Africa Geopolitical Group must support her because it has been our turn to produce a president from the Africa Geopolitical Group. I was one of the candidates, and I was very convinced I was going to win. Don't doubt that. As I said in Arusha, I was going to consult my president back home. And I did consult him, and we looked at the certain intricacies of politics, both regional, continental, and internationally. And we came to the conclusion that Zimbabwe has been given an opportunity by Africa to lead the African Parliamentary Union. Not only that, Africa had given Zimbabwe the leadership of the Pan-African Parliament. And now, this young fellow also wants to be a president of IPU. So we said, no, there's too much of biting of the cherry. Let us give others. Now, that means there are three ladies behind. But we in Zimbabwe supported Dr. Tulia Ackson for two reasons. First, because she was going to be one of the few, if not the third woman, to lead the IPU. But from a nationalistic point of view, Mr. President, Tanzania played a critical role in the liberation of Southern Africa through the leadership of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, supported, of course, by other icons such as President Kenneth Kaunda. So we felt we owed it to Tanzania to support Tanzania as a comrade in arms, Erstwhile, but a comrade also in the future of the leadership of Africa and the world. Let us therefore support our colleague unreservedly, and the leader of the Tanzanian delegation here carry this message that she is no longer the leader from Tanzania. She is the leader from Africa, representing Africa. Thank you, Mr. President, as I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you indicated that your colleague would be presenting recommendations for the strategic plan. Can I ask, in the interest of time, Madam, that you summarize the recommendation and they can be submitted to the Secretariat in writing in full? Thank you.
Mr. President, you are confirming what I said.
Thank you.
When the politics of the stomach are now ruling.
Thank you.
She may proceed.
Honorable colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members. In response to the questionnaires sent to Parliament, which were meant for us to review our perception of the current operations of the SADC, which will also help us to give an insight into the formulation of the new strategic plan, our Parliament came up with the following responses. Of course, I will have not say the objectives since the papers were all shared us. On the first objective, we said very good. Why? Because SADC managed to convene plenary assembly even during COVID-19 induced exigencies. And on the second objective, we rated good. Why? Because the organization has marshaled support towards the transformation of the forum into regional parliaments. And on the third objective, we rated good again because honorable members have attended capacity building programs in collaboration with civil society organizations. On advocating for equitable distribution of women and youth in political and decision-making positions, we rated good because the SADC performed very well. Very fruitful collaboration between SADC and national parliaments, especially with the National Women's Caucus. And the fifth objective, we rated very good because on the fact that the transformation of SADC into regional parliament was reached, reach the home stretch is evidence enough of consistent and resilient effort towards the goal. Our last objective, which was on formalization and operational relations with the Pan-African Parliament, we rated very good. Why? Because recently the SADC has adopted a symmetrical collaboration effort whereby they receive reports on activities and resolutions from IPU. We rated the 2019-23 strategic plan as between 51 and 75%. Why? Because there has been a failure of some member parliaments to contribute timeously. Their annual membership subscription to the SADC-PF, thereby creating financial constraints for SADC-PF to successfully implement its strategic programs. And some 6 countries have not signed the agreement to amend the SADC treaty, allowing for the transformation of SADC-PF into a regional parliament. There is need to improve communication between secretariats and member parliaments. On 3, we said no, the strategic plan was not adequately funded. And on 4, yes, we said no again because there is the impediment of actualizing the role of the trust as a vehicle of resource mobilization for the SADC-PF. On number 5, we agree, said to what extent you agree with the SADC-PF, that the SADC-PF has got a culture of execution. You say we are in agreement because in spite of the limited resources, the Secretariat has managed to secure constantly donor funding program projects such as SHR supported by SIDA. The Secretariat successfully set up a constant lobbying agenda for transformation of SADC into a regional parliament. And on section 2, stakeholder needs and problems, we said we have got top 3 needs. We anticipate the SADC to fulfill through the election observation missions in member countries. Secondly, more engagement with public and civil society organizations through member parliaments. 3, further capacity building for SADC staff to improve their support service to SADC-PF. Another 4th, which said work on incorporating all in its work processes, including providing a legal framework for regulating its use. Then number 2, the top challenges which we feel should be addressed in the next strategic plan is the implementation of SADC-PF resolutions by member parliaments. Secondly, timeous implementation of SADC model laws. Thirdly, improved visibility of SADC-PF by having a dedicated media staff. On number 3, yes, we feel the SADC Parliamentary Forum work have an adequate legal framework to accomplish its mandate. And on recommendations, as you said, I should be fast for you, Mr. President, our recommendations are that accelerated benchmarking pieces, bilateral and multilateral among member parliaments in order to share best practices should be done. Then secondly, continuous monitoring and evaluation to check on the traction and implementation of various commitments. Thank you, honorable members, with the sincere hope that this exercise will produce a solid document that will guide the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a vibrant regional parliament.
Thank you, honorable member. Well, we have concluded on the country reports and the recommendations of the strategic plan. I will have to open the floor for debate. In the interest of time, I would ask members to be very brief in their interventions. Please indicate if you wish to speak, and I remind you to state your name and country for purposes of recording. Yes, the honorable member from From, is it from Lesotho? Honorable member from Angola. Yes. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Presidente, caros colegas deputados. Durante as apresentações que foram aqui feitas, uma delas referiu ao tráfico de crianças. Eu gostaria, de facto, em relação a essa questão, destacar que, a nível sobre o tráfico de crianças, ela está a ter características de crime interfronteiriço, que nos últimos tempos tem aumentado assustadoramente no nosso país, mas também em relação aos países com quem Angola faz fronteira. Portanto, a conclusão que nós chegamos é que tem trazido grandes consequências nefastas para a evolução do tráfico de órgãos e a exploração de menores e crianças. Portanto, nós gostaríamos aqui de apelar aos parlamentos presentes para que criássemos mecanismos seguros para o reforço da proteção das crianças nos nossos países. Em Angola, o Ministério da Justiça e Direitos Humanos e o Instituto da Criança têm estado a desenvolver já alguns mecanismos para a proteção e para o combate ao tráfico de crianças, que acabam por evoluir, como referi atrás, para o tráfico de órgãos e de exploração sexual. Conhecemos que este esforço deve ser conjunto de todos os países da região para que, de facto, possamos pôr termo a este mal que começa a assustar os nossos países. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, honorable member. Do I have other interventions? If there are none, I will put the question that the country reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
No objections.
There being no objection, the country reports are duly adopted. Honorable delegates, we are due for a lunch break, and we will call lunch break now, which is for 1 hour. So we will meet at 2:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable delegates. Welcome back to our business. I will ask the Secretary General to read the third order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. The Honorable Regina Esparon, Chairperson, I call on you to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which was laid on the table of this House on 22nd November 2023.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? The honorable member from Angola.
Obrigado, Senhor Presidente. Nós vamos apoiar esta moção. Obrigado.
Thank you. I call on the Honorable Regina Esparon to present the report.
Mr. President, pursuant to its mandate provided in Article 16.5 of the Constitution and Rule 19 of the Rules of Procedures of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the RWPC held its meeting virtually on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, in preparation for this 54th Plenary Assembly session. The main agenda of the October meeting was for the RWPC to conduct a public hearing session to seek views from the SADC citizens on critical issues affecting the region. I wish to report, Mr. President, that the public hearings were successfully conducted under the theme Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People. Mr. President, for this year's public hearing session, the RWPC focused on the 7 thematic issues, namely, how can Parliament institutions enhance their structures and policies to become more gender sensitive and inclusive, ensuring that women's voices and perspectives are effectively integrated in legislative processes and decision-making. How can regional policies and initiatives be leveraged to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women in education, economic participation, and political representation? What challenges and opportunities exist for improving women's access to quality health care, including sexual and reproductive health services in the region? What strategies can be implemented to increase women's participation and representation in political decision-making processes, including electoral systems and quotas? How can barriers to girls' and women's education and skills development be overcome to ensure they have equal access to educational opportunities? What unique challenges do rural women face, and how can the digital gender gaps be bridged? And lastly, how can the region better reorganize and address the intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality that affects women? Mr. President, I wish to report that the RWPC received a total of 16 submissions from the institutions and as well as individuals on the issues I have listed above. A detailed list of the submissions is attached to the report as Appendix 1. A detailed summary of the deliberations on the public hearing are contained in the report, which I believe the honorable members have already read or they are yet to read the report. However, in the interest of time, allow me, Mr. President, to highlight few pertinent observations that the RWPC made from the submissions it received as follows. Issue of informal cross-border trade. The RWPC noted that the cross-border trade is a cornerstone of economic activity, contributing significantly to the livelihoods of countless women within our region, especially in countries such as Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It is observed that women engage in informal cross-border trade in these countries face numerous challenges on the trade, such as harsh working conditions. Therefore, something needs to be done to help the women in this regard. Secondly, the second issue noted by the RWPC, Mr. President, is the widening gender digital gap amongst the rural women. The RWPC noted that with concern that at the modern technological world, most rural women are still left behind on digital technologies. Majority of rural women have limited access to technologies due to poor communication infrastructure, unstable power supply, limited internet connectivity, and less access to digital technologies such as smartphones and computers. There is a high illiteracy level amongst rural women, making them unable to read and write and use digital technologies effectively. Low income levels are making it harder for rural women to acquire digital technologies, which are often too expensive for them to afford. In certain cases, culture and societal norms do limit the ability for rural women to access digital technologies. For instance, the belief of some cultures that education, science, and technology is for men and not women. Mr. President, these are some of the factors that cause a wider gender digital gap on rural women as compared to urban women. The other issue of concern that was noted from the public hearing, Mr. President, was about the increasing cases of gender-based violence perpetrated against women suffering from epilepsy disease within their community, such as rape, stigma, and discrimination, yet such cases go unreported. Fourthly, the other area of concern noted from the submissions is about the low levels of women participation and representation in politics and decision-making position. The other issue of concern noted by RUPC from the public hearings is the revelation that cases of sexual harassment in workplaces against women are still taking place. This was noted from the submission made by SADC youth parliamentarians from Madagascar. On a positive note, the RWPC noted with pleasure from some of the submissions commending the SADC Parliamentary Forum for good work it is doing in developing the SADC model law on various topic issues, especially the model law on gender-based violence and on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, respectively, as guiding tools for member states when they draft their national laws to address cases of gender-based violence and early child marriage. Mr. President, following this observation, the RWPC therefore resolved to recommend to the 54th plenary to urge member states to devise mechanisms of bridging the digital gender gaps and empowering rural women by, amongst others, advocating for improved internet connectivity and infrastructure in rural areas, providing subsidies or loans to rural women to enable them to acquire affordable digital devices, such as smartphones, tablets, or computers, to enable them to access online resources and services. Organizing digital skills training programs for rural women to enable them to effectively use digital technologies. Appeal to member states to find means of addressing the challenges encountered by epileptic women by, amongst others, enacting anti-discrimination laws that protect epileptic women from all forms of gender-based violence so that they have equal opportunities and are not denied opportunities due to their condition in areas such as education, employment, and ensuring that women with epilepsy have access to affordable and comprehensive health care services, including affordable medication, especially in the government-funded healthcare facilities. Urge member states to devise mechanisms that would promote women's participation in politics and decision-making by, among others, removing all structural, legal, and social barriers that hinders women's participation in politics and decision-making, organizing tailor-made training programs for women on political systems and women's right to participation and roles in decision-making, introducing quota systems and inclusive gender-sensitive leadership pathway to help bring women in political sphere, putting in place deliberate policies to promote women in leadership and decision-making roles at all levels, and appeal to member states to issue directives to all employment institutions in their respective countries to develop workplace policies against women's sexual harassment, ultimately to make laws with stiff punishment and penalties against perpetrators of sexual harassment in workplaces. In conclusion, Mr. President, the RWPC would like to express its profound gratitude to the SADC citizens and all the stakeholders who participated in the public hearing session, particularly those who made their submission to the RWPC. Thanks also goes to the Secretary General of the SADC-PF and her team for the technical guidance and support rendering to the caucus during the public hearing, and for making available digital platform for connecting to citizens in the region. Mr. President, I therefore beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the report. I shall now give the floor to the seconder, the Honourable Luisa Damião Santos, member of the RWPC, to address on the motion.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Honoráveis deputados, eu tomo a palavra para apoiar esta moção que foi habilmente apresentada pela Honorável Regina Esperon, Presidente do Grupo Regional de Mulheres Parlamentares, solicitando a 54ª Assembleia Plenária que adote este relatório. Eu gostaria também, Sr. Presidente, permita-me, de fazer algumas considerações e, em primeiro lugar, felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por ter escolhido este instrumento das audiências públicas que constituíram um sucesso no trabalho do Grupo Regional de Mulheres Parlamentares, pois serviu de um barómetro para nós conseguirmos fazer várias constatações. Saudamos a utilização deste instrumento porque entendemos que os parlamentares estão em melhores posições de liderar o diálogo social com as partes interessadas e outros atores relevantes da nossa sociedade. Entretanto, constatamos também, durante as audiências públicas, que, apesar de existirem vários instrumentos regionais sobre o género, tais como o protocolo da SADC sobre o género e desenvolvimento, a política do género da SADC, a estratégia da SADC contra a violência baseada no género e a lei modelo sobre a violência baseada no género, existem ainda muitos desafios que nós devemos alcançar, tendo em conta que registramos que ainda proliferam muitos casos de violência baseada no género. E o que mais nos preocupou foram as revelações de violências baseadas no género contra mulheres que sofrem de epilepsia. Foi igualmente preocupante, honoráveis deputados, constatar que ainda estão profundamente enraizadas na nossa sociedade práticas culturais prejudiciais que continuam a impedir o progresso da igualdade do género na nossa região e de uma melhor participação das mulheres na vida política e na tomada de decisão. Nós entendemos que todas as vozes devem ser escutadas, todas as sensibilidades devem ser respeitadas e todos os segmentos sociais devem ser levados em consideração. Por isso, valorizamos mais uma vez as audiências públicas que foram realizadas sob um sugestivo lema de ampliar as vozes dos cidadãos na integração regional na África Austral, reduzindo assim o déficit da participação ao trazer-se o Parlamento ao povo, ao abrir-se mais o Parlamento ao povo. Não há dúvida que as mulheres são verdadeiras arquitetas de um mundo harmonioso, são as guardiãs da paz, do respeito, da tolerância, da compreensão, do amor, são educadoras por excelência, são agentes poderosas da mudança e são também as promotoras do desenvolvimento. Por esta razão, já não deve haver espaço para visões redutoras sobre o lugar e o papel que a mulher deve desempenhar nas nossas sociedades. Senhor Presidente, com estas breves considerações, eu gostaria de me juntar à proponente para agradecer a todos os intervenientes que participaram nas audiências públicas de uma forma direta ou indireta, o que permitiu que o Grupo Regional de Mulheres Parlamentares pudesse implementar com sucesso o seu programa de audiências públicas. Por essa razão, rogamos que as recomendações feitas pelo Grupo Regional de Mulheres Parlamentares neste relatório sejam adotadas pela 54ª Assembleia Plenária. Muito obrigada pela vossa especial atenção.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. I will repeat, the floor will now be open for debate on the motion, and the members who wish to intervene will please just indicate by show of hands. Reminder again to introduce yourself with your name and country. We begin with the member from Botswana.
Thank you. My name is Talita Monakota from Botswana, Member of Parliament, also Assistant Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll give you a brief shot about the presentation. Different speakers tabled insightful presentation during the hearing, especially issues affecting women in politics. Some speakers even proposed good measures that can be considered by member states to encourage women, especially young women, to be active and participate in decision-making process, like our speakers said. Mr. President, In my country, Botswana, the government of the day took a deliberate decision to empower women, especially by appointing them to run ministries. More than 50% of permanent secretaries, accounting officers are women. Even permanent secretary to the president and the deputy and her deputy are women. This shows that the government of Botswana is in a serious mission to include women in decision-making process in the business of the government. I would like to agree with the recommendation made by presenters because I personally advocate for women empowerment. I personally advocate for women. And inclusion when it comes to decision-making and politics. Women are faced with different challenges in life, and these challenges I'm sorry. I'm reading from the left. Women are faced with different challenges in life, and these challenges make them difficult to participate in politics and other economic activities. As member states, we can consider and adopt this report in view of addressing challenges presented during the public hearing by different speakers. By so doing, we'll be able to redress stumbling blocks faced by those women who reside in rural villages, especially ourselves, Mr. President. We are facing difficult when it comes to politics in rural villages. And this can also help them to participate or have a say in decision-making process that have an impact on their livelihoods. Mr. President, bringing Parliament to the people through public hearing is very important, especially when it comes to issues of transparency and accountability. Public hearing is very, very, very good, especially when it comes to public hearing. Normally we say, in Botswana we say, the Khotla meetings, whereby as members of Parliament, we call them and present and take the Parliament to the people. Public hearing platforms is an opportunity to express their views on critical issues that are essential to addressing the daily challenges they face, especially at rural villages. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have a member from Zambia to address.
Thank you, Mr. President, and indeed appreciating the mover and the seconder over what RWPC was engaged in, and we as Zambia, we have to report that we did participate. I think just to add on, Mr. President, is that indeed the public hearing has become one of the many successful story tools that we are all using in our different countries. I remember in previous years we used it to go in the constituencies where we're talking about sexual reproductive health issues. And clearly it came out that public hearing was one of the best vehicles to use. And I think later on we followed up with roadshows. But in this parliament, some of the things that we thought we'd do as Zambian Women Parliamentarian Caucus, where I sit as a chair, and forgot to introduce myself, Honorable Princess Kasune from Zambia with the Zambian delegation, and also a member of the RWPC. being the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus. Just last weekend, we were able to do our annual general meeting, and in that, there was some resolution that we came up with, and this was actually honored or officially opened and supported by our Right Honorable Madam Speaker, Honorable Nelly Muti, who actually sat with us the whole time. We had this engagement on the first day, and the second was later also experienced and closed by our deputy first speaker, who is also a female and a gender activist. So clearly, by us having female speakers, the principal speaker, as well as the first, second deputy speaker, has been a great advantage to the Parliament of Zambia. When we concluded, this speaks to some of the issues you have alluded to, which are affecting women's participation, there was a call that there is need for affirmative action through the legislative via the amendment of the Constitution in order to increase the women participation, if possible, the quota system. Otherwise, we forever talk, and if there are no legal framework, then we will not get anywhere. So this is part of the communique that we are about to even broadcast some of the media houses, and it wasn't just the members of parliament, but the civil society that was also represented. Secondly, as some of you may know, that Zambia did remove the Ministry of Gender, and we as a group of women in that meeting, our annual general meeting, we did resolute that the executive needed to be informed that as women, Zambian women parliamentary members, as well as the civil society, we were asking His Excellency, the President, to reconsider reintroducing the Ministry of Gender. And then thirdly, we thought it was critical that maybe not only for Zambia, but for many of our SADC countries, that we call upon our political parties in particular, and even the governments of the days in the different states, to introduce the party bill, if we are going to really, political party bill, which will look at some of the challenges, including funding, which all can be in there if we are going to see more women participate at the parliamentary level, but also at the local level. Again, with the support of Madam Speaker, there have been conversations that have become very fruitful, where women members of parliament did call upon the Speaker's office to ask if it's possible to have the caucus turn into a institutionalized committee, and this has been a call for some years. But again, this has only come to see the light of the day with Madam Speaker being in the office. So there are standing order processes which have been looked into, where we will be seeing the caucus now being part of Parliament, committees. That way, issues discussed can be brought on the floor, and members can debate, and indeed Zambians can hear about it, because in Zambia we do have radio as a way of bringing Parliament closer. And lastly, there was also the issue of making sure that we advocate for also, maybe this is more domestic than maybe at the SADC level, that the members go back to the councils, so that there is also checks and balances, especially as we already heard in the morning, that there has been an increase in the Community Development Fund to create more checks and balances, but also to be held accountable. I just thought that these are some of the interventions and some of the things that Zambia is doing, especially with the Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus, going into what we are doing as the women of SADC PF as under RWPC through our able chair from Seychelles.
Thank you. I have a member from South Africa who wishes the floor.
Cancer President. Honorable President, my name is Kensani Bilangulu. I'm from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. As South Africa, I rise in support of the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, an essential instrument in addressing vital gender-related issues that continue to persist in our region. The SADC Gender Policy 2021 brings to light the crucial improvement made in developing national gender policies, structures, and action plans aimed at rectifying gender injustices and promoting gender equality at both local and regional levels. However, Honorable President, amidst this advancement, it is evident that challenges persist despite our collective efforts. The implementation of these policies still fails short, and new challenges such as escalating levels of gender-based violence and human trafficking threatens to undermine our progress. Honorable President, when considering the socio-cultural and economic landscape of our region, it becomes apparent that gender-based disparities remain prevalent in all sectors. This is due in part of the absence of the implementation of the legally binding tool to enforce the provision in the SADC Declaration on Gender and Development and the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. Therefore, I urge the implementation of these policies that emphasize gender mainstreaming across all parliamentary structures, serving as a fundamental step towards achieving true gender equality and inclusivity within our society. Rise, women, rise. Let this slogan resonate within our chambers, inspiring us to wholeheartedly embrace the cause of gender mainstreaming, ensuring that every policy formulation truly reflects and uplifts the women in our society. In conclusion, Honorable President, it is imperative that we commit ourselves to not only recognizing this issue, but to taking decisive actions in addressing and redressing these gender imbalances. Our region deserves nothing less than a future where everyone, regardless of gender, has an opportunity to thrive and contribute fully. Chandla, ahenhla ka xin'wana xandla. Akhani mambo. Obrigado. Baya danki. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable. I have a request from Tanzania to address.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. Mr. President, I rise to support the report presented by our chairperson, Honorable Reggie, the chairperson of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, who led that meeting on Zoom, and she was very active, and really, for those who participated, will agree with me that she did a very good job. Thank you very much, our chairperson. But further to that, I would also wish to thank the team of our secretariat with our SG, OM, for making it possible. Somehow, somewhere we experienced network problems, and this is a very big problem with our Zoom meetings, but we tried what we could and we managed. It was a very good meeting, to be honest. I'm supporting this motion, but I have a challenge. And this challenge goes with the handling of the ICT. There are this group of people who were born before computers. And we say now that everything is on hand, on the lab. But it's not easy for this group of women. And I say of women, going to handle this, I don't know. But really, to me, it gives me worries. May I submit?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Do I have any other interventions? If I don't, I will now call on the Honorable Esparon to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Lusa Santos for seconding this important report. Thank you, Honorable Talita from Botswana, for highlighting the importance that your government is putting in upholding women in decision-making position and supporting the report. Honorable Kasune from Parliament of Zambia, for pointing out that with the support of Honorable Speaker Nelly, who is also helping the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus to overcome the challenges in regards to women representation. Thank you, Honorable Bilankulu, for supporting the report and reminding the plenary about the SADC gender policy as a tool to reinforce gender across the region in all aspects to overcome the gender imbalance. And lastly, thank you, Honorable Charlie Raymond, for your kind words. Yes, it was a very good meeting, and we deliberated for over 5 hours. Thank you, ladies who were present, and gentlemen, and thank you again to our SG and her support staff for leading us through this platform for the virtual hearing. Honorable Charlie also pointed out about the problem of accessibility to digital gadgets, to be able to join on the digital platform, especially for the women in the rural area. This is a real problem, and it was something that was pointed out, and I've also highlighted it in the report. I think maybe as a caucus, we should come together and see how to overcome these challenges, especially for the women in the rural area, because they lack information, especially on the digital platform. With these few words, Mr. President, I submit that we adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairperson of the caucus, having concluded on the debate, I will now put the question that the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus be adopted. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus is duly adopted, and we will move to the next order of business. And I call on the Secretary General to read the order of business for the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
Thank you. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development is in the name of the Honorable Shali Josepha Raymond, Chairperson of the committee. I now call on the Honorable to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 54th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development laid on the table of the House today on November 2023. Mr. President, pursuant to terms of reference articulated under Rule 42, Section A of the SADC Rules of Procedure, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GEWAD, conducted a one-day public hearing session on Thursday, 12th October 2023, under the theme, Amplifying Citizens...
Excuse me, Honorable, are you speaking on the motion? We haven't seconded yet. May I call for a seconder? The Honorable Member from Malawi.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will return to you, Honorable. You may now address the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And so I continue. Mr. President, pursuant to its terms of reference articulated under the Rule 42, subsection A of the SADC Rules of Procedure, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GEWAD, conducted on a one-day public hearing session on Thursday, 12th October 2023, under the theme, Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement of GAP by bringing Parliament to the people. Mr. President, considering that honorable members have read the report, allow me to comment only on some of the pertinent observations made by the committee during the public hearing. Mr. President, the meeting focused on the following thematic areas, among others: domestication of the SADC model law on gender-based violence. 2, how regional and continental economic policies, including the Continental Free Trade Area, can be harnessed to promote women and youth economic inclusion. 3, opportunities for youth development and empowerment. 4, strategies to increase youth political participation and representation in decision-making bodies, and the role youth can play in advocating for gender equity in politics. Fifth, challenges in equitable access to quality health care, including SRH services. 6, the barriers to education and skills development for young girls and women. And 7th, mechanisms for national budgets to be gender responsive. And 7th, the intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality faced by women and youth. Mr. President, the income from cross-border trade often comes at a steep human cost, as women involved in informal cross-border trade face gender-specific challenges, including mobility constraints, limited access to education and formal employment, and the absence of social security and productive resources. Mr. President, decent work is a cornerstone of social justice and sustainable development because the right to decent work is enriched in international law as a fundamental human right. It reflects the belief that every individual should have the opportunity to engage in productive, safe, and fulfilling employment that provides fair wages and ensures dignity in the workplace. Mr. President, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents both opportunities and challenges for women engaged in informal cross-border trade. While it holds promise, its emphasis on formal trade poses challenges for informal traders, including women. Limited inclusion, lack of legal recognition, and restricted access to finance and resources are among the challenges that press them. Mr. President, the SADC region is still challenged with SRHR matters, especially in the areas of accessing comprehensive safe abortion, low financing to services, high rates of gender-based violence, and high maternal mortality rate, among others. Mr. President, the situation is accelerated by the inadequate resource allocation to SRH, which is still a challenge, which has compromised the quality SRHR services. This, in turn, is manifested in drug stockouts, poor infrastructure, inadequate transportation, and limited human resource, among others. Mr. President, in the region, despite making improvements in the legal and policy frameworks to ensure women empowerment and gender equality, deep-rooted harmful cultures, practices high gender inequality, and weak accountability systems affect access to justice and the realization of SRHR. And Mr. President, child marriages and forced marriages are catalyzing the inability of women to make decisions, which are mainly due to the strong, entrenched, harmful social and cultural beliefs and practices. Mr. President, following these observations, the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, therefore, resolves to recommend to the 54th Plenary Assemblies to appeal to member states to change informal and formal institutions that perpetuate gender inequality and subordinate positions of women and girls which emanate from patriarchy dictates. Second, urge member states to increase availability, accessibility, and utilization of gender-based violence essential services such as referral structure for GBV, and influence governments to domesticate the SADC model law on gender-based violence. Third, call upon member parliaments to play a rightful oversight role in ensuring SADC countries fully domesticate the SADC model law and violence against women and girls, including child and forced marriages. Fourth, encourage member states to recognize and domesticate regional policies that explicitly recognize the value and role of informal cross-border trade and delineate pathways for integrating them with the border economic framework and trade policies, ensuring that women's contributions are acknowledged and protected. Fifth, appeal to member parliaments to harmonize the statutory and customary laws that protect women and youth and promote their rights to health, such as age of consent to access SRHR services, access to safe abortion services, and child marriages. 6, encourage member states to embrace social security initiatives for the informal sector, recognizing the vulnerability inherent within informal work. Hence, regional bodies such as SADC PF, in collaboration with member states, should design tailored social security schemes for the informal sector in line with international human rights standards on the right to social security and the International Labour Organization's social security standards, in particular, social security minimum standards, Convention 1952, number 102, the recommendation concerning national flaws and social protection recommendation 2012, number 202. 7th, encourage member states to leverage on the African free trade to enhance financial literacy programs tailored for the informal sector to facilitate for women in informal cross-border trade to be equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the financial landscape. 8, appeal to regional bodies and member states to invest in research to understand the dynamics of the informal sector, especially concerning the roles and challenges women face. Hence, data collected on informal cross-border trade should be disaggregated by gender, among other characteristics, and regular statistics studies should be conducted. Such data can then inform the development of targeted policies and initiatives. And 9, urge member states to strengthen women and youth networks by promoting and supporting linkages and cooperatives for women involved in cross-border trade. This will facilitate for them to collectively negotiate for better terms, access resources, and share knowledge. Then, call upon member states to establish mechanisms for cooperation, coordination, and data management with neighboring countries in order to prevent trafficking and ensuring that child victims of trafficking are compensated and provided with adequate resources for social and rehabilitation services for victims. Further, I urge member states, countries to advocate for cross-border collaboration and harmonization of laws to address trafficking in persons, in short TIP, within SADC. 11th, encourage member states to work with non-state sector to identify common places where child trafficking destinations exist at both national and international level. This could also be strengthened. Further facilitate capacity building and training of community structures and civil society organizations to enhance the prevention of trafficking in persons. 12, appeal to member states to escalate positive discrimination that facilitates for increase of resources going to the people with disabilities, as well as remove physical barriers to people living with disabilities, such as simply providing opportunity to participate virtually, underwrite, active visual aids, and sign languages. Further, to call upon both the public and corporate institutions to take deliberate actions of employing people with disability When such actions are undertaken, they, they must be viewed from the rights and social models perspective, not the charity model perspective. And to say in a very short note that none of them should be left behind. Nobody should be left behind. The 13th, Mr. President, I urge Parliament to strengthen their oversight role on youth empowerment policies and the legislative implementation. 14th, I appeal to national parliaments to promote policy that positively discriminates the women or girls and youth to access vocational training. Parliaments can do this by asking oversight questions around the subject matter. 15th, I urge member parliaments to legislate laws for the safety, health, and education of youth and women so that cardio conversations are ignited on matters such as abortion, forced marriages, and female genital mutilation, among others. In conclusion, Mr. President, the committee would like to express its profound gratitude to the SADC citizens and all the stakeholders who participated in the public hearing session, particularly those who made their submissions to the committee. Thanks should also go to the Secretary General of the SADC PF, Her Excellency Madam Boem, and her team for the guidance and technical support rendered to the committee during the public hearing session. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I now call on the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Roseby Gama Gamdama, member of this committee, to address in secondment of the motion. Honorable.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the chairperson of the committee to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. Mr. President, adding to the challenges that the mover so eloquently outlined, allow me to indicate that the SADC region continues to be challenged with SRHR matters, especially in accessing comprehensive safe abortion, low financing to services, high rates of gender-based violence, and maternal mortality rates, among others. This is despite the region making improvements in the legal and policy frameworks towards women empowerment and gender equality. However, there are deep-rooted harmful cultural practices, high gender inequality, and weak accountability systems that still intensely affect the aspect of access to justice and realization of SRHR services. Mr. President, the youth and women are put in a hard situation when they live in a system that perpetuates social exclusion. This, unfortunately, is the reality for some women and youth because the SADC region is still engulfed with barriers to skills development, which promotes the removal of gender-based discrimination, barriers to education, inadequate funding, early marriages, exacerbate shortcomings of marginalized groupings, teenage pregnancies, and school dropouts among girls. Mr. President, I therefore would like to agree with the mover of this motion that SADC member states be urged to legislate and pass policies that enhance the well-being of young people to access quality education and skills development so as to promote youth development and gender equality. Mr. President, parliaments need to advocate for youth representation in decision-making structures to ensure their voices are heard. This entails member states increasing youth political participation and gender equality by reforming legislation so that it eliminates barriers to youth political participation within SADC countries and promotes gender balance in parliamentary representation. Mr. President, there is need to develop comprehensive and progressive policy options such as quota systems or affirmative measures which command platforms for youth and women. This will help the SADC region to change the narrative on women and youth participation in the nearest future. Mr. President, as cited by the mover of this motion, there is need to develop policies and programs tailored to meet the need of diverse marginalized communities. I would like to suggest that a practical way in which parliaments can positively influence the conversation on such matters in our parliament is by establishing parliamentary committees on caucuses or task forces specifically on gender-based violence to drive legislation, action, and oversight. Further, establish caucuses on women and youth entrepreneurship to shape policies and provide oversight on economic and political empowerment programs. Mr. President, to action the proposals powerfully articulated, it is paramount that national parliaments always prioritize placing financial resources to matters that address the perpetuation of vulnerability of some groupings in our respective societies. Mr. President, I therefore welcome the proposal in the report to embrace progressive practices such as national parliaments championing budgeting approaches such as a gender-responsive budgeting, which advocate allocations that ensure gender and youth considerations are prioritized. In conclusion, Mr. President, I wish to join the mover in thanking all the stakeholders who participated in the public hearing in one way or other, which made the work of the committee a success. Mr. President, I second the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The floor will now be open for debate. Please indicate if you wish to address, and remember to state your name and country. We will start again with the member from Botswana. You may start, madam. Yes? Please, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Talita Monakota, Member of Parliament from Botswana. Also the Vice Chair for the Commonwealth in Women Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we must acknowledge that gender disparity is existing, especially in developing countries like Botswana. Hence, there's a need to come up with progressive measures to mitigate these disparities. Gender equality is very important for democratic cultures. More so, it is recognized in our region, SADC region. gender equality and women empowerment is crucial to the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, RISDP 2020-2030, which considers gender as an important key factor for integration and development. Mr. President, during the public hearing, we had different speakers deliberating on issues concerning youth development in our region. The deliberation were insightful, hence would assist and give us direction on formulating policies and laws concerning youth development. Mr. President, young people in our region are future leaders of our member states. Hence, as public representatives, we should strive to craft laws and policies which will help to cultivate development of our youth. We must redirect our resources to invest heavily on our future leaders, which is youth. Mr. President, majority of women and youth in rural villages are faced with different challenges in life. And these challenges make them not to participate in politics and other economic activities. As member states, it is upon us to consider and adopt this report in view of addressing challenges presented during the public hearing by different speakers. Mr. President, in Botswana, the government is trying to empower young people and women. The government has crafted economic programs aimed at empowerment youth and women. We have got what we call YDF, which is called Youth Development Fund. We have got a Young Cedar Farmers program to help the youth. Even our political parties have structures in place which include youth and women in decision-making process. This is a major milestone in our democratic processes because women and young people are included in decision-making process at party level. At party levels, we have youth committee, we have got women committees, which have got that level of making decisions, but at higher level. But this is not enough because at parliament level, we have low number of young people and women. Mr. President, I hope adoption of this report will help member states in redressing issues affecting women and youth empowerment. And also, I thank our group and also our SG. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I have a request from a member from Malawi to address.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing the people of Malawi. My name is Ishmael Nani. I'm a member of Parliament from Malawi. On the onset, let me thank the mover of the motion and the seconder for a well-elaborated motion. And also let me thank them for a job well done. I've also gone through the report. However, mine is just an observation, Mr. President. I will stand to be corrected or to be guided by you and the Secretariat. I think I remember in Arusha, I had stood to say it is also high time that we have to consider the youth and to put them up front. I gave an example of what happens when we are selecting the members to be in SADC, in our member parliament. There's a special quota for women. And the woman, the chair for the women caucus in our local parliament, automatically that woman becomes a member of the SADC. Yeah. But the same doesn't happen to the youth. So I was thinking that as much as we advocate for the youth, and also I think it begins with us, because the danger, Mr. President, is that if you're not on the table, that means you must be on the menu. So it is quite high time that we also consider, and also we have to be guided, what should we do as SADC PF so that we also send the message in black and white to our member parliaments to say, when they are considering the membership for SADC PF, just like that, what they do with the Women Caucus, we should also consider at least a single member that is going to be representing the youth, so that when we come here, we can also have a committee that is going to also be looking at the matters to do with the youth. Because, Mr. President, it's by far an open secret to say that the majority in our SADC population as we speak, is the youth. We are taking about 65 to 70%. So that should also be represented in the decision-making positions, because I'm sure if that is sent to the member parliament, they are going to make it a point that every cohort, at least a good number of the youth should come, so that we can advocate and then we can move together as one. And also we need to teach the boy child, because I also heard from the move of the motion, she has emphasized on the GBV, she has emphasized so much on protecting the girl child. As much as we protect the girl child, let's also protect the boy child. And let's teach the boy child how to treat a woman. Because if we just focus on one side, it is going to be difficult for us to achieve the common goal that we intend to achieve, because all the issues are intertwined. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now, I cannot see clearly that far, but I think it is a member from Mozambique that wishes to take the floor. You have the floor.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Sr. Presidente, em primeiro lugar quero endereçar as minhas cordiais saudações a todos os senhores deputados, membros do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Em segundo lugar, saudar a apresentação do relatório e também, consequentemente, a audiência pública realizada pelo nosso... Eu esqueci o meu nome, Carlos Moreira Vasco, deputado da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Como é em todo o mundo, a mulher em Moçambique contribui de forma decisiva e significativa para a economia do país e para o combate à pobreza, e a sua situação, tanto de pobreza e discriminação, não difere no essencial daquela que é retratada em África e a nível mundial. Em Moçambique, a Constituição da República define que a mulher e o homem são iguais perante a lei. E, por conseguinte, a sociedade estabelece uma distribuição de responsabilidades que são alheias às vontades das pessoas. Mas para acelerar o processo rumo à paridade de gênero, é necessário concentrar a atenção no empoderamento econômico da mulher e da rapariga, de modo que se deve priorizar o acesso à educação, aos serviços financeiros e digitais, assim como assegurar uma maior proteção legal. Tratar a questão da igualdade sem complexo de toda a natureza. Unir forças em prol de uma educação igualitária. Trabalhar de forma transversal sobre esta matéria. Eu apoio a moção para a adoção do relatório da Comissão Permanente da Igualdade de Gênero, Promoção da Mulher e Desenvolvimento da Juventude, por considerar oportuna e tem mérito. Para além disso, a questão da igualdade de género é fundamental e foi sempre considerada um dos pilares para a construção de uma sociedade livre, justa, crucial para acelerarmos o desenvolvimento sustentável. Empoderar as mulheres e as raparigas tem um efeito multiplicador e entra em consonância com os direitos humanos. Termino propondo que aprovemos esta moção. Muito obrigado, Excelência.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now return to Botswana. I have a second member to address. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin by making a jarring observation, and it is this, that my name is Ditapelo Kyorapetse from Botswana, Member of Parliament. The jarring observation I make is that the demographic profile of our region is young, in that many of its inhabitants are young people. But what is disturbing is that when you look at the rate of unemployment and underemployment, poverty, income and wealth inequalities, most of this affects young people. They continue to lack access to economic opportunities. By and large, they subsist at the margins, whilst there is unprecedented bonanza for the affluent. Mr. President, we see young people continuing to lack access to sexual reproductive health care, especially the LGBTIQ+ community. The abortion debate, and I once asked this question to one of the members of the executive, that in terms of our laws, which law prohibits men to do something to their bodies? Which law specifically prohibits men to do something with their own? We see in most of our countries that termination of pregnancies is only permitted in rape cases or where the lives of a mother and a child are in danger. But we continue to think that we can decide for women that they cannot terminate a pregnancy purely out of choice. And the majority of those who make these decisions are men who know nothing about being pregnant. I'm glad that recently our apex court, our Superior Court of Record, which is the Court of Appeal, have ruled against the Attorney General in the case of one of the members of the LGBTIQ+ communities. And in terms of case law, now there are gay rights in our country, not as a result of a debate by politicians to see that there's a need to accord a certain section of our society of full rights, but because they had to approach the apex court and litigate on their rights. It's important that in our countries as parliamentarians, in providing effective oversight of the executive, we must ensure that there is adequate funding of sexual reproductive health care. There isn't much talk about pre-exposure prophylaxis and post-exposure prophylaxis. In fact, in most of our health facilities, these are not provided for, or they are not readily promoted. But I'm glad that in my country, we have made strides in terms of promoting post-exposure prophylaxis and pre-exposure prophylaxis. Not only in cases of sexual assaults, but even purely on voluntary basis where you can approach public health facility and say, I would like to be assisted with PrEP or PEP. Now, Mr. President, I think it's also important to fight period poverty in our region. As parliamentarians, I have advocated in our parliament for complete abolition of pink tax. Pink tax, sanitary pads and related products. My humble submission, Mr. President, is that these are essential items that are not supposed to be exorbitantly obtained, because this leads to period poverty. In our schools, in public schools especially, there's a need to provide free sanitary pads to all girls who need these essential items. Lastly, Mr. President, it's also important that in speaking for young people, we promote progressive electoral systems, because mixed member systems, peer representation, these are systems, when you look at the countries which have these electoral systems, realize that they have higher numbers of women representation, they have higher numbers of young people represented. I was impressed by Namibia recently. I visited Namibia last week, and I realized that they have many young people represented in their parliament. I think the youngest MP turned 24 last year. And I'm hoping that as MPs, in providing our oversight, we will speak for progressive electoral systems to enable our young people, enable people living with disabilities, to enable women to be represented in our parliaments. I thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Do we have other requests for intervention? There being none, I will return to the mover of the motion, the Honourable Raymond, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I thank all the members in this House, and especially those who had time to give their contributions. I had 5 of them, 2 from Botswana, 1 from Malawi, my chairperson of the committee, and 1 from Mozambique. I don't know if I'm missing any, but they were very tough contributions, and I should say that they've added value to our committee. Before I proceed to respond, I would just want to start with the contribution from Honorable Ishmael, the chairperson of Oversight Committee, about the youth being included in SADC, a big number of youth being included to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And just to remind him and the rest that this motion was already tabled to plenary, and it was taken and deliberated on. The only problem is maybe resources, but it has already been advised to our member parliaments that there should be a slot of youth. So for today, then I'm not taking it again as a new issue, because it has already been taken by the plenary. May I thank you for reminding us that. Going back to to the contribution from Botswana, Honorable Talita, she proposed of having a youth committee. I think this is a good one. We take it on board and see how it will be deliberated. And then we came to our honorable from, Botswana again. I like we should take this last idea of, which is just mentioned about giving free pads, free sanitary pads to our students. It's also my request and the request of the committee that every member parliament should take it home and see how much we can persuade our governments to consider this issue, because really it's something to wake up on, and it's just the right. It's only women who get that floor and not men, and no men without women. And if it was a sickness, then we would have all been dead, and there would be no addition of no productivity, no new outcome of new offspring. Then why not consider your daughters, your wives, your girlfriends, call them when your mistresses, that they are so important than your own children? How? Please give them those free pets and fight for them in your governments. I thank the Honorable Moreira from Mozambique, and he had really argued that gender equality be addressed properly. And this is a continuous motion, I mean, something which it's non-stop. To make it very short, when women and men go for war, women remain back home and men go to fight. When they take over, women are left behind and men take all the positions. It's not right. And that's why this is a continuous argument, and we should see that we take along these women and give them those positions. Last and not for importance, but it was supposed to be first, I'm thanking Honorable Roseby Gadema, who seconded the motion with all those important points. Thank you very much, Honorable Roseby. She's gone out, but I know she'll get it, that Mama thanked her so much for being there with me and making sure that this motion is fruitful. Mr. President, you gave us an opportunity to introduce ourselves, but then I was thinking of the bigger picture of these people and the country and the region. I even forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shirley Raymond, a member of parliament from Tanzania. I'm the chairperson of GEWID. I thank you all. I love you all. Let us keep on working together. And I'm welcoming this group of Zimbabwe who came here, well-balanced. 3 women and 3 men. This is a good example. It was 50-50. Thank you, Zimbabwe, for bringing more women inside. You will learn a lot in this house. We have a good team. We have a very good Secretary General and a team who are ready to bring us together and make us move fast. Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you. That being said, the mover of the motion has concluded the debate, and I now put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development be adopted. Are there any objections? There being none, the report is duly adopted. Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of the business for today. Before we break up, 2 brief announcements. 1, those who wish to tour the National Assembly must kindly register their interest with Paulina, our coordinator. There is a way. Yes, I will conclude with the announcements and we will take your point. Also, the member from Botswana who was not sworn in this morning must please come on time tomorrow morning to be the first item on the business of the day. I will take the point from the member from Malawi, is it? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm rising on a point of order just to clarify my point. I didn't want to disturb the chair when she was concluding her remarks, but in my thinking is that we know that every member state has got 5 members of parliament that they send to SADC. And it is by law that amongst those 5, one of them should be the chair lady for the Women's Caucus. So in my thinking, I was thinking that within the same number, without increasing, there should be a woman and there should be a youth within an age bracket. So the member of parliament, they're going to be having 3 members of parliament that they can choose, but whereby we know the 4th one will be a youth and the 5th will be a woman, so that the youth are also represented here. And when we share within the committees here, we would know that in each and every single committee, there's the voice for the youth that are going to be representing the youth quite well. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Of course, I'm not in a position to respond directly to the proposal that you make, but I think we can put it to the legal committee to see if it's in order with the rules of SADC-PF, and it can be duly considered. Thank you. Honorable members, we have come to the end of our business for today. I will therefore adjourn the meeting, and we will resume tomorrow morning, Friday, 24th November, at 9 a.m. We adjourn.